Good morning and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on dysphagia. My name is James Valentine and I'm here in the studio with Elizabeth Daly, the Executive Director of the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders. We're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Elizabeth to provide some opening remarks. Elizabeth.
Thank you, James, and welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us today for our externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on dysphagia in the adult population. My name is Elizabeth Daly, and as James mentioned, I am the Executive Director of the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders, which is a nonprofit patient advocacy organization for people impacted by difficulty with swallowing. Our mission is to advance the treatment of swallowing disorders in our lifetime, and we do this by providing direct patient and caregiver support, providing free, high-quality education, supporting promising research, and raising awareness of the impact of dysphagia. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration that are taking the time to be here with us today. Thank you for giving us permission to hold this meeting. We are excited to have you with us and hope that you will learn a lot today from the patients and caregivers in our dysphagia community. Thank you to our industry sponsors, Cook Myocyte, as well as Mira GTX, SimplyThick, Tim's Medical, Cranio Rehab, and Phagenesis. We are very pleased to have in attendance representatives from dysphagia advocacy and professional organizations, pharmaceutical companies, federal agencies, and clinical and research centers from around the globe. Thank you for joining us today. And most importantly, I want to welcome the members of our community whose lives have been directly impacted by swallowing disorders. Today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and people working together behind the scenes. I want to extend my deep gratitude to everyone who has had a hand in preparing for this meeting, especially Erica Rauscher and Jesse Fisher from the THANC Foundation. We are grateful to have this opportunity to ensure that patient and caregivers' perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory process. Dysphagia, or difficulty swallowing, has a severe impact on physical aspects of health and also on the social-emotional aspects, impacting quality of life in ways that may be hard to imagine. Eating and drinking is vital to our health, but it is also a vital part of our cultures, from family meals and holiday traditions to celebrations and community gatherings. When swallowing becomes difficult or unsafe, individuals may face life-threatening physical health concerns like weight loss, dehydration, or pneumonia. They may also experience isolation and anxiety over the inability or impaired ability to eat and drink. The simple joy of sharing a meal may be replaced with fear, embarrassment, or frustration. They may experience grief over the loss of these shared experiences. Caregivers play an essential role in supporting individuals with dysphagia. Their impact is profound, and the responsibilities that they carry can be physically and emotionally taxing. From preparing modified meals to monitoring for signs of choking, caregivers often navigate these complex needs with little to no support. Dysphagia treatment often focuses on compensatory strategies rather than addressing or resolving the underlying cause. Interventions may include diet modifications and specialized swallowing techniques to help individuals eat and drink more safely. While these approaches may reduce the risk of aspiration or improve nutritional intake, they often are not curative. One of the challenges in treating dysphagia is that dysphagia in itself is not a disease, but rather a symptom caused by an underlying disease or disorder. So for example, dysphagia can be the result of a stroke or the effect from treatment for head and neck cancer. For a disorder that has so many causes but so few treatments, this can be frustrating for patients and families, many of whom are here today in support of advancing the treatment options for people living with dysphagia. Today you will hear just a small number of stories from our global community. We hope that you will remember what you hear today, and perhaps, as you take your next sip of coffee, recognize how much you take that for granted. Swallowing is something that most of us never think about until we can't. I want to express my appreciation to the investigators who have dedicated their careers to seeking improvements for people living with dysphagia and who are moving us closer to future clinical trials and treatments. Our hope is that this meeting will encourage future research and successful new treatment options for people living with dysphagia. And to our dysphagia community, we invite you and your loved ones to call or write in during the program today. We also ask that you stay with us throughout the day as able and participate in remote polling. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we will do our best to get to as many calls and comments as we can. When participating, please use only your first name, city and state or country. No other identifying information should be shared. Please be assured that any comments we're unable to share today are still very important and will be included in the Voice of the Patient report, a summary of this important meeting. To begin today's meeting, I am delighted to introduce our speaker from the FDA. Dr. Laura Finkelstein is a clinical reviewer in the FDA Division of Gastroenterology. She will be providing us with some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Finkelstein, thank you for being here today. I will turn this over to you.
Thank you for your introduction. Good morning. I am Dr. Laura Finkelstein, a clinical reviewer and medical officer in the Division of Gastroenterology within the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER, at the FDA. I would like to extend my gratitude to the members of the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders and the meeting organizers for inviting me to present a brief overview of patient-focused drug development. I would also like to thank each of the patients, caregivers, and advocates in attendance for your willingness and commitment to share your experiences and perspectives with us today. FDA promotes and protects public health by evaluating the safety, effectiveness, and quality of new products and pharmacotherapies. FDA does not develop medical products nor conduct clinical studies. FDA does, however, play a crucial and constructive role in advising and evaluating programs during and following the planning, preclinical, and clinical development stages. It is FDA's responsibility to ensure that the benefits of a therapy for its intended use outweigh its risks. Within the Division of Gastroenterology, our mission is to facilitate development of safe and effective drugs intended to treat gastrointestinal disorders. And we share your goal and commitment to promote the development of safe and effective treatments for dysphagia. Patient focused drug development meetings give FDA and other federal regulatory agencies, medical product developers, academic researchers, and clinicians and other healthcare professionals an important opportunity to hear firsthand from patients, their families, caregivers, and patient advocates about the impact of their condition on patients' daily lives, the symptoms that matter most to them, and their experience with currently available treatments. We look forward to incorporating what we learned today into our understanding of dysphagia. So, patient focused drug development, or PFDD, is a systematic approach to help ensure that patients' experiences, perspectives, needs, and priorities are captured and meaningfully incorporated into drug development and evaluation. This includes facilitating and advancing use of systematic approaches to collect and utilize robust and meaningful patient and caregiver input to better inform medical product development and regulatory decision making, encouraging identification and use of best practices to facilitate patient enrollment and minimize the burden of patient participation in clinical studies, enhancing understanding and appropriate use of methods to capture information on patient preferences and on the potential acceptability of trade offs between treatment benefit and risk outcomes, and identifying the information that is most important to patients related to treatment benefits, risk, and burden, and determining effective methods for communicating this information to support their decision making. This slide provides an overview of some opportunities for integrating patient input and preferences into product development. During the planning stage, we may identify important symptoms and outcomes that are meaningful to patients and how to measure them, improving how clinical studies are designed to collect and utilize patient or caregiver input. During pre-market review, patient-reported outcome assessments and patient preference data from clinical studies are integrated into our determination of whether the benefits of a therapy outweigh its risks. Following marketing approval, patient input continues to be essential to ensure that drugs prescribing information supports patients and prescribers to make informed decisions when starting, continuing, or stopping a particular therapy. Patient experience has always been a key component of the drug development process, and FDA recognized a need for more systematic ways of gathering patient perspectives on their conditions and treatment options. These structured initiatives began in 2012 as part of FDA's commitments under the fifth authorization of the Prescription Drug User Fee Act, or PDUFA 5. Subsequent reauthorizations under PDUFA 6 and 7 also emphasized the importance of PFDD and promoted measures to continue development of PFDD related activities. PFDD meetings are unique among FDA public meetings, using a format designed to engage patients and elicit their perspectives on several topic areas. First, the most significant symptoms of their condition. Second, the impact of their condition on daily life. And finally, their experience with the current approach to their treatment. Under PDUFA 5 between 2012 and 2017, FDA conducted 24 disease specific patient focused drug development meetings shown here. An additional 7 FDA PFDD meetings have since occurred. FDA acknowledged that there are many more diseases and conditions that might be addressed beyond those for which FDA planned and conducted PFDD meetings. In 2015, the FDA announced the opportunity for externally led meetings and welcomed patient organizations to identify and organize their own patient focused collaborations. These externally led, or EL-PFDD meetings, are planned and hosted by patient organizations with the input of FDA staff and use the structure established for FDA led PFDD meetings as a model. We note that although FDA is open to attending an externally led meeting, the meeting and any resulting products, for example, reports or surveys, will not be considered FDA sponsored or endorsed. To date, more than 100 disease specific EL-PFDD meetings have been held. Several common themes emerged from the disease specific PFDD meetings held thus far, including that patients are experts on what it is like to live with their condition. Patients can articulate specific disease impacts, such as symptoms and loss of function, in concrete terms. Patients can identify and articulate what is important to them regarding treatment benefit. Patients identify chief complaints that may not be factored explicitly into plans for drug development, for example, as endpoints or measures of drug development and drug benefit in clinical studies. Patients want to be as engaged as possible in the work to develop and evaluate new treatments. Patients don't expect FDA to address all the gaps in current treatment or current approaches to drug development, but want FDA to help identify the most effective pathway for them to play a major contributor. Meetings such as EL-PFDD meetings strengthen understanding of disease and treatment burden, what we call the therapeutic or clinical context. These meetings also result in enhanced understanding of the specific experiences that matter most to patients, patients' perspectives on meaningful treatment benefits, and how patients want to be engaged in the drug development process, and support FDA staff as they conduct benefit risk assessments for products under review and advise drug sponsors on their development programs. Patient input gathered from these meetings can also have broad impact on drug development by helping identify areas of unmet need, such as aspects of a patient's condition that are not currently addressed by available therapies, supporting identification or development of tools used to measure the benefit of potential therapies, and raising community awareness. Summary reports from externally led PFDD meetings can be shared on FDA's website. PFDD meetings are just one component of FDA's efforts to enhance the incorporation of patient input in medical product development and evaluation. For additional information on these meetings and other PFDD initiatives, I encourage you to visit the FDA CDER Patient Focused Drug Development webpage. Thank you again for allowing me to provide a brief overview of patient focused drug development. We are all here today to hear the voice of the patient, and we are grateful for this opportunity and for their willingness to share personal stories, experiences, and perspectives. Thank you very much. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Finkelstein. Next up, Dr. Apurva Ramaswamy will provide a clinical overview of dysphagia. This will serve as a scientific foundation for today's discussion. Dr. Ramaswamy is a laryngologist specializing in treating voice and swallowing disorders at The Ohio State University Comprehensive Cancer Center, where she is also an assistant professor in the Department of Otolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery. Dr. Ramaswamy serves on the Medical Advisory Board of the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders and on multiple committees for the Dysphagia Research Society. Dr. Ramaswamy, thank you so much for sharing your expertise today. I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm so excited to be able to give an overview of dysphagia and its impact on our patients. Just as an introduction to who I am, gotten a little overview, but I'm an assistant professor at The Ohio State. I have a clinical and research focus on surgical interventions for dysphagia, particularly in the head and neck cancer population. And I led development of the dysphagia program at OSU. Here are my disclosures, but really, this presentation isn't about me or my work. It's about dysphagia. What is it and why do we care? About 9.4 million adults just in the United States have dysphagia, and over 500,000 children do as well, with a lifetime prevalence of over 16%, meaning that many of you and us participating in this presentation today at some point in our lives will experience difficulty with oral intake. There's, of course, higher rates in the elderly, hospitalized, and cancer patients. But previous studies have shown that only about 27% are currently getting treatment for this serious pathology. Now, dysphagia is difficulty with oral intake with sensation of obstruction or otherwise the feeling that things are either not going down correctly or are somehow getting hung up. And that sensation can be due to problems at any level of the upper GI tract. It can be the oral, the pharyngeal, the pharyngoesophageal phase, or the esophageal phase. And so this is how it is broken down. And often dysphagia is secondary to multiple of these levels of swallow impairment. Now, part of the reason for the multimodal nature of dysphagia is because it's often the second, third, fourth domino to fall from a original pathology. So often dysphagia can be caused by an original neurologic, structural, iatrogenic, functional, reflux related, dementia related, cancer related etiology. And then dysphagia is one of the consequences of these pathologies. So often, the treatment of dysphagia is management of the symptom and the findings, but in the setting of an otherwise upstream process that often cannot be modified or is not at least modified by the treatment pathology that we are treating at the moment. So the symptoms of dysphagia tend to be both general and specific. General symptoms are weight loss, prolonged meals, textural avoidance, development of aspiration pneumonia, and dehydration. But depending on the location of the anatomic or functional deficit, patients can have more specific findings as well. Patients can have oral findings with drooling or poor oral control. Pharyngeal or pharyngoesophageal dysphagia may result in nasopharyngeal reflux, where liquid or food can come up through the nasal passages. Patients can develop a wet voice after the swallow, which is often a sign of residue left in the throat, which can be a risk factor for aspiration. Some patients will feel something sticking in their throat or will cough during meals. Esophageal dysphagia will often result in chest pain or thoracic obstructive symptoms, feeling something stuck in their chest after they eat. Now, the impact of dysphagia can be wide ranging, can be psychosocial, nutritional and health related, as well as financial, both for the system and for the patient and their families. The psychosocial impact, it can be very dramatic. You can have emotional consequences such as anxiety, depression, anhedonia. Let's face it, for many of us, eating is a source of great pleasure, and losing that potentially for the rest of your life can be a very difficult diagnosis and finding for a lot of patients. It can result in social isolation where patients are no longer able to attend or don't feel comfortable at social events involving food. They don't go to the Thanksgiving dinner. They don't go out to dinner with their friends. And other studies have shown that patients with a diagnosis of dysphagia have reduced interaction frequency and lower laughter rates. Self identity can also be a big part of the eating and production of food. Personal dignity, the self image, particularly in cultures where food is central to that social role, can really be disrupted for patients who can no longer take in food orally. It's also very stressful for caregivers. Patients describe having that their family members are stressed out during meals, seeing them suffering, choking during their meals. Family members worry about having to learn about the Heimlich, feeling that they might not be able to save their family member the next time they choke. It can be a huge source of stress. All of these result in quality of life reduction with declines in physical, emotional, and social domains. The health impact of dysphagia can also be varied. Patients can develop aspiration pneumonia, malnutrition, dehydration, delayed recovery from illness, and increased mortality. In fact, there's multiple kind of cascades that can occur from the diagnosis of dysphagia that can result in increased mortality. There's both the fact that patients are increased risk of aspiration and result in pneumonia, hospitalization, and mortality, as well as the fact that often these patients then or otherwise reduce their intake, resulting in malnutrition, frailty, and again, increased risk of mortality. The financial impact is also significant, both for the patients and for the system. In the United States, an additional $6,243 are spent per hospitalization, more for patients with dysphagia than without. And this is not accounting for the increased need for hospitalization in this population. There's also an increased length of stay, 8.8 days longer or 45% longer than a comparator. And there's furthermore increased needs for post-acute care. So more of these patients are 33% more likely to need elevated levels of care at discharge, again, contributing to increased costs. So, what I want you to take away from this is that dysphagia is common but often under-recognized, partially because it's often secondary to other common diseases, which often take the front stage in terms of treatment. It can be caused by pathology at any level of the upper GI tract, and it often results in increased morbidity and mortality, along with increased costs for our patients. And with that, I'm eager to get back to the studio so we can hear those patient stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ramaswamy. I'd now like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, James Valentine. James has worked the last 17 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across FDA's various medical product center and review divisions. There, James helped develop and launch the patient-focused drug development initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure community voices are heard by decision makers. He has also been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 100 externally led PFDD meetings, including one in which I was previously involved on xerostomia. So I know that we are in good hands here today with James. And so I will let you take it over from here.
Oh, well, thank you so much for the introduction, Elizabeth. And it's such a pleasure to be here this morning with the dysphagia community. So now that we've heard from a clinical expert, giving an overview of this disease, we turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you, people living with dysphagia, and their spouses, children, and other direct caregivers. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available therapies. As we heard from FDA's Dr. Finkelstein, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of dysphagia to inform drug development and review. This morning's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. Today is structured into 2 sessions. In our first session, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience of living with dysphagia and how those symptoms and health effects impact your daily lives. In the afternoon, we'll come back together to discuss your experiences with treatments and strategies to help manage dysphagia symptoms. What will these 2 discussions look like? Well, today we'll primarily be using 3 methods for bringing your voices into the discussion. First, at the start of each of these topics, we'll be hearing from panels of patients and caregivers of individuals living with dysphagia. They'll share their experiences to help set a foundation for our discussion and reflect a range of the different types of experiences that people with dysphagia live with. However, we know that those voices can't represent the full range of experiences, and so we'll then move into our second way, which is to have a facilitated audience discussion with all of you in the audience, our patients and caregivers who are on live today. We hope that you'll build on the panel discussion. I'll be asking questions and inviting you to state your name and provide a comment. We'll be inviting you to do this in one of 2 ways. We'll be sharing that a little bit more when we get into our first discussion, but we'll be inviting you to call in. And you can also submit written comments throughout the program that we'll be reading live as well. And finally, we'll be broadening our input to all of our patients and caregivers in the audience through use of polling questions. We do ask that patients and caregivers only respond to these questions, and you'll be able to use your phone or use your web browser in a new tab following along today. And we actually invite you now to go ahead and get into this system, because once you're on, you'll be able to stay on the system throughout the entire day. So I invite you to open up that tab on your phone or in a new browser tab on your computer that you're following along right now, and go ahead and enter the following web address: www.polllev.com/dysphagia, dysphagia. Again, that's pollev.com/dysphagia. Once you get there, keep this up. Whenever we go to polling throughout the whole session today, morning and afternoon, those polling questions will automatically appear. So before we get to our first set of polling questions, I do want to mention also that if after today's meeting, if you're on live or if you're watching this on demand as a recording, know that you can provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. All of that input from both today as well as any written input will be summarized in a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to the FDA as well as be made available online for researchers and drug developers to access. Finally, some ground rules as we get into our discussions today. We do encourage people living with dysphagia, as well as their parents, spouses, children, other direct caregivers, to contribute to the dialogue. Again, you can do so through the polling questions, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. The discussion is limited today to patients, family members, and other direct caregivers. We note that our colleagues from the FDA, drug development companies, and clinicians are here to listen. Views today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. And so because of this, we ask for you to please respect one another. That is paramount. And to that end, we do ask that you try to be focused and concise in your comments, so that way we can hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of questions, which are some demographic polling questions to get a sense of who we have in our audience today. So again, you can go ahead and open that browser on your phone, go to that new browser tab on your computer, and type in www.pollev.com/dysphagia. When you get in, you'll see our first question for you today. which is where do you currently reside? The options here are A, U.S. Pacific Time, B, U.S. Mountain Time, C, U.S. Central Time, D, U.S. Eastern Time, E, U.S. Alaska Time, F, U.S. Hawaii Time, G, Europe, H, the Middle East, I, Asia, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, some other country or region that's not otherwise listed in the response options provided. And we'll give you a few extra moments here to make sure that we get our audience onto the polling site, so that way you'll be able to access all of our questions, not only in this first set of questions this morning, but all of our questions throughout the program today. So as it stands, it looks like we have about half of our audience coming in from the Eastern time zone. Perhaps not surprising with our morning start here Eastern time, but pleased to see we have participation across the Pacific, Mountain, and Central time zones in the U.S. Also pleased to see we have some ex-U.S. participation from Europe, Asia, and some other country or region not otherwise listed. We can move to our next polling question. So here we'd like to know, are you, if you're living with dysphagia, or if you're a caregiver, your loved one with dysphagia, A, female, B, male, C, other, or D, if you prefer not to identify? Again, these first set of questions here is to help get a sense of who we have in our audience. I promise these questions will get a little bit more interesting, but also more challenging as the day progresses. We have a few more moments here. See results still coming in. We're seeing a fairly close but slightly larger audience participation from those who are affected with dysphagia that are male, followed either closely or right around the same as those affected are female. We do have representation from those who identify as other or prefer not to identify as well. We move to our next polling question. So here we'd like to know, how old are you? Again, for the person living with dysphagia or your affected loved one. The options are A, between 18 to 30 years of age, B, 31 to 50 years of age, C, 51 to 70 years of age, or D, if you or your loved one are 71 years of age or older. And we'll give just a few more moments here. Get your selections in. It's looking like we have good representation across the different age ranges that's within the focus of our meeting today of the adult population. We're seeing pretty equal participation across each of the 31 to 50, 51 to 70, and 71 plus age ranges, slightly less in the 18 to 30 year of age group, but we are eager to hear about the impacts of dysphagia across the lifespan today, so we encourage all ages to participate. We'll go to our next polling question. So here we'd like to know, how long have you or your loved one lived with dysphagia? So we just got a sense of the age of our people represented today living with dysphagia. And so we'd like to know, have you been living with dysphagia for A, 1 to 2 years, B, 3 to 5 years, C, 6 to 10 years, or D, if greater than 10 years? And no matter where you are in your journey with dysphagia, we do want to hear from you today, whether you've only been living with dysphagia for a relatively short amount of time compared to others at least. For those of you that looks like the largest group represented today is greater than 10 years, we not only want to hear about your experiences today, but over time having lived with dysphagia and what that's looked like, your ability to cope, how that's changed over time. But pleased to see that we have good representation across all of the different durations of having lived with dysphagia. One last polling question here. So we'd like to know, what was the primary cause of you or your loved one's dysphagia? The options are A, neurological, B, structural, C, trauma, D, iatrogenic or caused by medical procedure, E, functional, F, reflux related, G, dementia related, H, cancer related, or I, if you're unknown the cause of your or your loved one's dysphagia. And we'll give you a few moments here to select the cause of your or your loved one's dysphagia. As it stands, it looks like the largest group represented is cancer-related or cancer treatment-related. But we do see representation across many of the group different causes here, all except for trauma and dementia-related. We do have a portion of the population that's unsure of the cause of their dysphagia, and that's okay too. We want to hear about those experiences, regardless of cause or knowledge of cause. All right, well, thank you for participating in our first set of polling questions here this morning. At this point, we're going to transition to our first discussion topic of the day, which is what it is to live with dysphagia. If we can pull up our discussion questions here, these are some of the topics that we want to explore with you in this morning's session. And so we want to understand about the different health effects that have impacted you or your loved ones as a result of dysphagia. And as you think about those health effects, we'd like you to think about which maybe 1 to 3 of those symptoms have had the most significant impact on you or your loved one's life. We know that dysphagia may affect you a little differently one day to the next, and so we'd love to know how it affects you on your, say, best days versus worst days. And we also want to hear about your experiences over time, whether that's impacts that might have changed from week to week, month to month, or over the course of years, as well as your ability to cope over that same period of time. In addition to hearing about those direct impacts, we want to understand how then that impacts your daily life and specific activities that are important to you that maybe you can't do at all or as fully as you would like because of your dysphagia. And finally, knowing that in addition to everything that you experience day to day and in the past so far, that you also are thinking about your life with dysphagia in the future or your loved ones' lives in the future. So we'd like to hear from you about your worries and fears and concerns for the future. So to get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to welcome a panel of your peers, people living with dysphagia and their caregivers. We have Teresa, Charlie, Brian, Leah, Elfie, and Sonia. So Teresa, why don't you get us started and take it away?
Hello, my name is Teresa, but most people hear Teresa. This is Dysphagia, since my treatment for stage 4 oral cancer in 2016. I was 47 at the time and the mom of 2 young boys. I was just making headway in the medical sales career after working as a nurse, a registered nurse for 18 years. I love to sing. Now I sing with my heart. I am unemployed, and in addition to being unemployed, the effects of my dysphagia can be boiled down to 3 major losses. Losses communication, food choice, and spontaneity. Let's start with the awkwardness and embarrassment that comes with communication. Imagine trying to explain even a simple idea with a mouthful of cotton balls or a mouthful of saliva that you cannot swallow. And in simple conversations, become an elaborate game of charades where I'm trying to gesture and bridge the gap between what I mean to say and what actually comes out. Frustrated and embarrassed listeners usually nod as if they understand, but I see the confusion in their eyes. Food choice becomes obvious at restaurants. On a good day, I go to one of the few restaurants where they know me. The then choose of trial and error, and I'm able to eat, or rinse really, my blended meal with his soup without choking. Then I had the bathroom to myself for the messy but elaborate chin-up and oral care, so I can go back out of the public without drooling or spitting leftovers on anyone. I have many bad day at a restaurant examples. The one I will share went like this. First, I did not eat prior to going to the restaurant. This would seem counterintuitive, but now not eating prior is a big no-no. Second, it was in the place. Clam chowder was on the menu. This is usually a blendable item, but it's a hint or won't. I carefully spin out some broth, and that usually works. When I ordered a bowl of clam chowder, the waitress looked at me and said, "Ham chowder?" in a snotty voice. I honestly believe some people assume I'm intoxicated whenever I speak. Anyway, I was tired and hungry and just thought to myself, ham chowder is not even on the menu, and clam chowder is on the menu. And it probably sounded a little bit like clam chowder. I was almost in tears with frustration. My husband steps in and orders gourmet. I stopped him before he asked to have it blended, which was a mistake because I was not careful enough and a small piece of potato got stuck in my throat. It wasn't blocking my airway. This came pretty stuff. We paid and left, and a few hours later, I was able to hit it out at home. Food source is easier at home, where I usually add this with and blend what I make for everyone else. There are, however, still bad days. One example of a bad day at home is when I was rushed, trying to separate and time my meal planning so that I could eat with family. But there was a blender explosion resulting in my lasagna soup going everywhere, all over the cabinets, ripping into the silverware drawer, while my husband sat in his chair and lovingly said, "Are those coming home? Are those coming home? I'll wait for you." The loss of spontaneity affects me and also my loved ones. Eating on the run is a luxury of the past. Spontaneous conversation has been replaced by a mental word find where I search my internal thesaurus for synonyms that I can pronounce. I never know if I'll have Sahara Desert dry mouth or Niagara Falls ruling. I'm just trying to stay on the map.
Cancer starts to spread like a thief in the night. For me, it took the shape of stage 4 tonsil cancer. 11 years ago, it placed me on an operating table just before dawn. By then, cancer in the surgery to eradicate it had stolen 1/3 of my tongue and my ability to swallow. 6 weeks of radiation and the scar tissue left by the surgery made the theft complete. To this day, I cannot swallow. I'm confined to a cancer station tube and syringe to my missing button so that I can pour my daily allotment of formula down the feeding tube. It's not just that I can't swallow. The surgery and resultant scar tissue has left me reticent to talk. My self-confidence has suffered from the embarrassment I feel and trying to speak intelligibly. Cancer stole that too. But I have found there are things that cancer cannot steal from me. I have a wonderful life whose love and support continues to brighten every day. Not being able to swallow has not stolen my joy is cooking for her as if I were going to eat it as well. I have a family that any man would be thrilled to call theirs. My son and his beautiful wife and two handsome grandchildren are gifts that cancer and dysphagia can never take away. I can't imagine having to deal with all the challenges dysphagia presents without their steadfast love and support. The cancer has not stolen my joy in watching my 4-year-old grandson play baseball or sitting on the floor to play trains with my 2-year-old grandson. The cancer may have stolen my ability to swallow, but not my enjoyment in traveling with family and friends. The game changer was a tip from a family member. She mentioned a small cup hooked up to a bag containing 2 full cartons of formula that can be placed inside a backpack. There was a hole in the backpack that the extension tube from the feeding bag can be connected to my knitting button feeding tube. Early on, as I was first coming to grips with the reality of dysphagia, my niece Shauna ordered 200 team size t-shirts and bracelets for friends, family, and frankly, anyone who would wear one to show support for me in my battle. People were encouraged to post where in the world a team size shirt or bracelet was being worn. It was sort of a Where's Waldo for a cancer patient. No, cancer and dysphagia can't take that kind of love and friendship away. Dealing with new catastrophic events such as cancer and dysphagia can take a toll on one's spirit. Feelings of isolation, self-doubt, guilt, and very unhealthy doses of why me can be difficult to deal with. I found my refuge on the tennis court. I try to play 5 times a week. I think of nothing more than hitting a cross-court forehand or a slice backhand drop. I play the game for exercise, both mental and physical. I find solace in that my tennis friends don't make fun of my surgically induced broken speech pattern. That acceptance is important. I used to be able to jump out of bed and head downstairs for that beloved first cup of coffee. Now it's head downstairs for the morning hookup to the feeding tube and 2 cartons of formula to start the day. Even after 11 years, it is sometimes hard to deal with. Cancer and dysphagia have forever changed the dynamics of my life.
My name is Brian. I'm 70 years old and I live in Albany, New York. I have an unusual perspective on dysphagia, as before I developed it myself, I practiced as a gastrointestinal nurse practitioner and treated patients with swallowing disorders. I performed new patient intakes and evaluated patients before and after endoscopic dilations and feeding tube placements. I counseled patients thinking I understood what they were going through. I didn't, not until I developed it myself. In 2011, I developed a lump on my neck. The diagnosis, squamous cell carcinoma of the neck. I underwent 35 radiation treatments and chemotherapy. The throat pain was unbearable. I needed a feeding tube for about 6 months. As the pain subsided, I slowly reintroduced foods and liquids, hoping for return to normalcy, but that normalcy never came. As the pain diminished, I realized there was something more causing my swallowing difficulties. I just couldn't move the food around my mouth properly. Radiation fibrosis had damaged my swallowing. If I don't chew carefully, food gets stuck at the back of my mouth, triggering gagging episodes. At first, these episodes were frequent and terrifying. Over time, I learned to concentrate on my eating, testing the boundaries of what I could and could not eat. Chronic dry mouth makes swallowing even more difficult. I live on a soft, moist diet. Even drinking water demands caution as aspiration is a real risk. Dysphagia is relentless. It's not like other chronic conditions like arthritis or back pain where you have good days and bad days. There are no good days. Dysphagia is always there from the moment I wake up until my last sip of water before bed. I'm even at risk for aspiration on my limited saliva while I'm sleeping, which could result in life-threatening pneumonia. At its best, it's a frustrating inconvenience. At its worst, it's a life-threatening horror film. One evening, I went out to dinner with my brother and sister-in-law, who I rarely see. We were catching up, and I briefly forgot to focus on my swallowing. A piece of pasta lodged in my throat, and I began gagging violently. My family froze, eyes wide open, torn between calling 911 or performing the Heimlich. My wife, used to these episodes, calmly reassured them, "Don't worry, he's good at this." Eventually, I expelled the food, but the moment was ruined. The episode lasted less than a minute, but it seemed like an eternity. A joyful reunion was ruined. Dining out is a battlefield. Before going to a restaurant, I scour the menu for something I can eat. If there's nothing, I decline the invitation. I hate feeling like a burden. I hate making others accommodate me. And even when I do go out to eat, I can never fully relax. Every bite is a calculation, every swallow a risk. I pass on foods that are tough to eat so I don't slow down the timing of the meal for everyone else. Weddings, they're the worst. Sitting among strangers, I watch as the meal unfolds, bread, rolls, salad, main courses, while I sit there almost always unable to partake. I wonder what they think of me, the only one not eating. Even my faith has been affected. I'm a practicing Catholic and attend Mass weekly. The hard, dry communion could trigger a gagging episode, so I relied on the altar wine. When COVID came, the wine was discontinued, so I had to sit out communion. Now, every Catholic knows there's only two reasons to sit out communion. Either you're not Catholic or you've committed a grave sin. I wonder what people thought of me as I remained in my seat, passing on communion. Dysphagia is a daily reminder of the battle I fought. I'm grateful to be cancer-free, but the price was steep. The radiation burns in my throat were beyond anything I could have imagined. Every meal is a reminder of that pain, a reminder of everything I had been through, and a reminder of the potential yet to come. Every swallow brings me back to the grueling treatment that saved my life, but stole my ability to eat freely. I worry about the future. What happens as I age? If my swallowing muscles weaken further, if my cognitive capacity diminishes and I can't recall or attend to the swallowing techniques I need to use while stay safe while eating and drinking. And I know what comes next: aspiration pneumonias, hospitalizations, feeding tube placement. I saw it too many times in my career. A revolving door of patients admitted again and again for aspiration until one day they never come back. I used to counsel them on feeding tube options, never imagining that one day I might be the one sitting in that chair, facing that decision.
Hi, I'm Al's daughter Lisa, or as my dad used to call me, Lisa Mia. Today, I want to talk about the reflex you never knew you needed until it's gone. What started out as a normal day in 2007 ended up being one of the most significant days of my life. My father was doing what most dads do. He was enjoying Christmas leftovers when he began to choke so badly that he began to bleed heavily from his mouth, and we had to call 911. After a few days of testing, we discovered that my dad had stage 4 base of the tongue cancer. Within a few weeks, my father began aggressive radiation and chemotherapy treatments at Sloan Kettering in New York City. Our family had one goal: save Dad, because life without my father was unimaginable. The treatments killed the cancer, but they left him with dysphagia. Our family never heard of dysphagia prior to this moment, and it was never really explained by the doctors. We naively thought that this was something that was fixable with swallowing therapy, or maybe the doctors could repair it. Immediately following my dad's treatments, he was able to regain some of his ability to eat and drink with the help of swallowing therapy. But because of the intense radiation treatments, he was never really able to eat again. Dad was never able to eat things like steak or anything dry. As time progressed, my father's swallowing worsened. 2 years to the date of his radiation treatments, even a bowl of pasta or yogurt were just not going down. My dad's voice even began to change. He always sounded gurgly. I watched my larger than life father deteriorate right in front of my eyes. He tried swallowing therapy again, but the damage was beyond repair, and eventually he needed to have his feeding tube reinserted. The day my dad's feeding tube was reinserted was an extremely difficult day for him as well as the rest of our family. When you hear a doctor tell you that you could never eat or drink again, it's surreal, and it brings on a lot of emotions. Emotions that no one knows how to handle, not even the doctors. Dad tried his best to adjust to his new reality, but he was always in pain and he was always uncomfortable. Maintaining his weight was a new problem, one that he never had in his life. You see, my dad, he was a second-generation Italian who loved food. Well, to be honest with you, us Italians, we all love food. Food's life. And sadly, my dad's cancer treatments were never able to give him the comfort he yearned for. My dad spent the last 4 years of his life surviving on a peg tube with the red Solo cup beside him, or as we like to call it, his spit cup. He was constantly choking on thick phlegm. He would tell me he felt like a Navy SEAL was waterboarding him, or other times he would tell me he had sand stuck in the back of his throat. On his good days, he only filled a little bit of his red Solo cup, but on his bad days, there were not enough red Solo cups in the world to ease his discomfort. We experienced a lot of frustration during his hospitalizations getting Dad the right kind of food for his peg tube. Watching a family member decline from dysphagia is difficult enough. Having to educate the professionals on how to care for someone with dysphagia is a whole different level of frustration and devastation. It got to the point where my mom and I would bring a piece of paper, write nothing orally, and hang it right over his hospital bed. It would enrage me, but it would embarrass my father. I can still hear his voice in my head. Lisa Mia, it's okay. I'm not hungry anyway. But it was never okay. My dad needed his food to survive. When a prominent family member loses his ability to break bread with others, it dramatically affects the entire family. You do not realize how much of our lives are focused on the ability to eat and drink until it's taken away. As my father's health declined, he would often tell me the phlegm was so thick he couldn't breathe. I would watch him with the suction machine, desperate for relief. Eventually, my father was so weak he could not operate the machine himself, so we would have to help. I vividly recall sitting by my dad's hospital bed using the suction machine. The first time I used that machine, my hands were trembling. How was there no other way to help my dad? I remember during the last few days of my father's life, desperate to give him something, anything, even a sip of water. But the reality was we couldn't because he would aspirate. My dad has gone 9 years, and I am still haunted by the fact that I could not give my father even a sip of water on his deathbed. Dysphagia not only affects the patients, but it also affects the caregivers and the family. It's a diagnosis that is so difficult to comprehend and even more difficult to explain to others. Please, don't make my dad's pain and suffering be the end of his story. Let it be the beginning of hope for the countless others living with dysphagia. Swallowing, it's the most important reflex you never knew you needed until it's gone.
Hello, my name is Elfie, and I live in Manhattan, New York City. For several years prior to diagnosis, I had observed a painful sore on my left tongue that became raw and inflamed, compelling me to seek medical attention. In 2020, I was diagnosed with oral cancer, specifically tongue cancer, following a tongue biopsy. In the spring of 2023, I underwent 30 radiation treatments over the course of 6 weeks. That's where my story with dysphagia begins to unravel. As a result of radiation, my face, my neck, my tongue, my entire mouth and throat were burned and full of sores. I couldn't swallow anything, not even water. My pain was immense. I learned that dysphagia is one of those quote unquote gifts of radiation from oral cancer. Not only difficulty swallowing, but the inability to do so because of the burns, the blisters, and the sores. Several months after radiation concluded, I began to sip and swallow water with less pain and began to try liquid nutritional shakes. It took hours to complete one liquid drink. The process was grueling. I couldn't brush my teeth properly for many weeks post-radiation because I was unable to gargle with water. Many months after radiation, when I decided to attempt to eat a small portion of mashed or pureed food, I noticed how hyper-aware I was of choking. I ate tepid food so as not to burn my mouth or throat. I can still only eat warm and not hot food. I cannot eat any type of green salad or stringy vegetables for fear of my gag reflex response and choking. Later, after many months, when introducing different textures of food like boiled cauliflower or pasta, I was anxious about not being able to masticate it and thus swallow. I'm still perturbed at food getting stuck in my throat, my airway, or on the roof of my mouth. I still have anxiety around gagging and choking when I eat. And this is an aspect of dysphagia that I continue to live with daily. In my life before cancer, I was a New York City tour guide and talked and conversed often and always. After my partial glossectomies, I was unable to speak for an extended time, incorporate breath, and swallow appropriately and timely. Speaking in phrases, then implementing the use of complete sentences to communicate thoughts and ideas is an ongoing challenge I face while addressing my difficulties with dysphagia. I must adjust my cadence to accommodate my swallow reflex. I am no longer a tour guide. Dysphagia has negatively impacted on my physical routines as well. The brisk walk I used to take several times a week was no longer possible, as it would leave me winded and gasping for air. Until more recently, dysphagia did not allow me to do my personal workout at the gym. I used to enjoy swimming as a form of exercise. Now, my difficulty in swallowing, along with the anxiety of breathing and swallowing, and perhaps ingesting water while in a pool, have taken the joy and relaxation out of this activity. Many of the effects of dysphagia on my emotional life continue. They continue to emerge. Much of the emotional pain is submerged by the surface physical pain. When I cry or get angry, my throat tightens, which inhibits my airflow. It becomes stressful to form and enunciate words and sentences. This chain reaction makes it more difficult for me to be heard and to be understood. Dysphagia will likely get worse as the effects of radiation continue to unfold and as I age. Dysphagia is not in my rearview mirror.
Hi, I'm Sonia Satinsky. 3 years ago, at 51, I was a healthy woman with no known risk factors, just living a busy, regular life as an architect, business owner, mom, and spouse. That is, until a sneaky, vicious adenoid cystic carcinoma tumor decided to stage an ambush under my tongue. It grabbed onto an artery, blew it up like a firecracker, and tried to kill me. Survival came at a cost, a 100% removal of my tongue and a total laryngectomy. Not exactly the midlife makeover I had in mind. Don't get me wrong, I'm incredibly grateful to be here, but life with dysphagia is a full-time job I never applied for. Thanks to my new anatomy, a creative reconstruction project involving no tongue and a reconstructed esophagus, I can only consume liquids forever. I'm also mute as a result, so I communicate using virtual voicing, aka type to talk. What you're hearing is an AI-generated version of my original voice. Let's talk about liquid diets. The average hospital dietitian's go-to? Meal replacement shakes like Booster and Shore. You know the ones, sugar, milk protein, and vegetable oil topping the ingredients list. I'm vegan and more intentional than ever about what I put into my body. So, yeah, hard pass. Challenge number 1, find a vegan, high calorie, whole food based liquid nutrition option with no sugar. They exist, but they're not exactly lining the shelves. And they definitely aren't cheap. So I began researching and experimenting because long term, living on processed shakes is a no go. Enter the blender, my new best friend, my co chef, and sometimes my arch nemesis. There aren't many resources on vegan whole food liquid diets, so I went full mad scientist. I basically became a one-woman test kitchen for liquefied vegetables, fruits, legumes, nuts, grains, and anything else that might keep my weight up. Here is what my daily intake looks like. Struggle drinking 8 glasses of water a day? Try drinking your entire diet every single day. Exhausting. The calorie game is no joke. Without enough intake, I lose weight fast. So I eat all day. By eat, I mean drink. And by drink, I mean coax thick sludge into my mouth, maneuver it around using cheek muscles and a bit of neck choreography, and try not to wear it. Because, fun fact, the tongue is kind of the MVP of swallowing. Who knew? Physically, it's just easier to drink from a cup than eat with a spoon. I end each day with a charming collection of food particles coating my palate, tucked between my gums and lips, and in the crevices of my mouth. Delightful. Now picture all this in a social setting, a group dinner. Everyone's clinking glasses, nibbling appetizers, and there I am, sipping from a thermos, trying not to dribble down my chin, and definitely not flashing a wide smile because, well, blended lentil soup on your teeth isn't a great look. It's not exactly dinner party chic. The irony? I used to design restaurants for a living. Dining out was not only a personal joy, but also professional field work. The first time I tried going back to a restaurant post-treatment, I ended up crying in the restroom. Since then, I've toughened up, but the loss of food as a joyful social experience still stings. My family loves to travel. We used to even plan trips around food. Hello, New York City pizza crawl. These days, less so. Travel now involves a whole other level of planning. Since my care is out of state, I travel every few months for scans and treatments. In the early days, I used to pack a small mountain of nutrition shakes. TSA was not amused. Now, I travel with a small kitchen in my suitcase. Hot plate, travel blender, yes, TSA has tried to confiscate it. Oatmeal, beans, baby food. Basically, I'm the MacGyver of liquid diet. If I'm lucky, I can find a smoothie shop on the road. Even a day trip visiting my daughter means packing a cooler, because there is no grabbing a bite on the go. Food, once a joy and communal ritual, is now complicated. In many ways, food has become both a lifeline and a leash for me and my family, It's logistics, strategy, and emotion. It's the thing that sustains me and the thing that constantly reminds me what I've lost.
Wow, thank you so much, Sonia, and to all of our panelists for being so brave to share first with us today and help us begin to understand what it is to live with dysphagia. So this now brings us to our first opportunity today to bring all of you into our discussion, our live audience, people living with dysphagia and their direct caregivers and family members, to build on what we just heard and understand your family's personal experiences. If you're following along live today, we encourage you to call in to share your experiences. You can do so now or at any point during the session by dialing 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. When you call in, you'll be greeted by our operator, who will take down some information, and I'll be able to then invite you into the conversation. If you've ever called into a radio program, it's very similar to doing that. You can also scroll down on the webpage that you're on today and see a form for submitting written comments. You can submit written comments to the questions we're discussing, and we will be sharing those live throughout the program today. And know if you don't hear your comment read out loud, that it still will be incorporated into that voice of the patient summary report. But to get us started on this topic of what it is to live with dysphagia, we're going to start with a couple of polling questions to get a sense of the range of different symptoms and health effects that have been impacting our audience. So if you can, if you already were in polling, you can go right back to that webpage. As a reminder, you can go to the web browser on your phone or a new tab on your computer and type in www.pollev.com/dysphagia, dysphagia, or pollev.com/dysphagia. Our first question for you as part of this session is, which of the following dysphagia-related health concerns do you or your loved one have or have ever had? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, choking, B, speech or voice impairment, C, difficulty swallowing, D, aspiration pneumonia, E, frequent coughing, F, drooling, G, dry mouth or xerostomia, H, regurgitation, I, malnutrition or dehydration, J, diarrhea or constipation, K, anxiety or depression, or L, some other related symptom or health effect related in some way to your dysphagia that you or your loved one have had either currently, or have had in the past. You can select all that apply. One thing I'll point out, this is our first polling question where we can see, where our respondents can select more than one option. So what you're seeing are percentages of responses, not a percentage of people selecting any particular option. So I like to think of just the red bars here as kind of like a little bit of relative ranking amongst them. Mm-hmm. So we'll give our audience here a few minutes moments to go down that list, click off any health concerns you or your loved one have had. As it stands, it looks like choking and difficulty swallowing are the top two, followed by then speech and voice impairment, frequent coughing, dry mouth or xerostomia, and anxiety or depression. But all of these have been reported by some number of our audience, including some others. So we'd love to hear about those as well as we transition in a moment into the discussion. But first, we'd like to do one more polling question with you to start. And so you'll recognize the response options here. Unlike the previous question where we asked you to select all that apply, though, here we would ask that you select the top three most troublesome dysphagia-related health concerns that you have now or have had, and you can select up to three of those most troublesome health concerns. Again, the options are A, choking, B, speech or voice impairment, C, swallowing, difficulty swallowing, D, aspiration pneumonia, E, frequent coughing, F, drooling, G, dry mouth or xerostomia, H, regurgitation, I, malnutrition or dehydration, J, diarrhea or constipation, K, anxiety or depression, or L, some other health concern that you've had that is a top three most troublesome. So I told you these would get more challenging. I know it's hard. We saw so many responses selected by many of you on the previous question. As you're making these selections, I want you to think about which of these you're selecting, and really importantly, the why. Because we'll ask that you'll call in, write in, and share why you selected those that you did, and help us understand a little bit of why why you selected it, what the impacts of these health concerns are for you personally. So we're seeing that difficulty swallowing, followed by choking, and then after that, speech voice impairment, aspiration pneumonia, and anxiety depression, ranked by many as their top 3. However, what really strikes me is, other than drooling and every single other one of these is in some number of your top 3 most troublesome health-related symptoms. So that means for some number of you, these are the things that are most impacting you in your daily life, and we would really want to hear about these range of different impacts. So you can keep polling up for a little bit later, and we'll be coming to polling throughout the program. But thank you for participating in these first couple of questions. Again, you can call in, write in now, and any point during our discussion. But at this point, I would like to turn to our Zoom panel, some of your peers within the community who are patients and caregivers themselves, who will be sharing their experiences. So welcome to you all. Maybe we can start, Judy, with you. As you're looking at we're looking at that list, quite a range of different health concerns associated with dysphagia. And having to then choose maybe what was the most troublesome. What comes to mind for you as the thing that rose to the top of being the most difficult or most troublesome dysphagia-related symptom? Oh, and Judy, you're on mute.
Yeah, okay now?
Yes.
I'd say that's kind of difficult because looking at that list, certainly a number of them connected. And I would say that some connect in certain situations more than in other situations. Listening to the people who commented before our panel
Yes.
gave me a real sense of belonging, yet also a sense of kind of minimalization, that the problems that I experience are kind of limited compared to others whose problems are massive.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that's really answering your question, but that's how it felt to me.
Yeah, well, let's explore that a little bit more. And we know that people have different severity of different symptoms and health effects, but that does not mean that impacts of anyone else in the community are not significant themselves. And so we do still want to hear about those, Judy. But so one thing that struck me from what you said at the start was that different things impacted you differently at different times. Can you give an example of that? Like, what's something that maybe is impacting you more now, but that was different from what was most troublesome previously?
Okay, I would say that if I stay home, I can do pretty well. I live alone. I'm very good at, I've developed an ability to cook and to prepare things that I can eat. And so my menu, and as I say, when I stay at home, is fine. But I have tremendous difficulty the minute I go out, whether it's a restaurant, whether it's a walk or hike where we've been told to bring lunch or to bring a meal with us, if it's a car trip where I have to take something in the car, if it's a travel experience where I've signed up for a tour and meals are included and they bring the menu and there's virtually nothing on the menu that I can eat. Those are the experiences that both embarrass me and leave me feeling really depleted because I walk away basically not having eaten or having tried to eat something that I really can't.
Yeah. And what aspects of your dysphagia make it difficult to eat for you? I know we've heard from different people that different things
Sure.
might
Okay.
make that difficult.
I have no salivary glands on one side of my face. I have a prosthetic rather than teeth on the whole lower left-hand side of my mouth. And I have no sensory nerves on my lower lip on the left, and those all contribute enormously.
And
So
then,
I don't chew. I eat mostly pureed things or things with a tremendous amount of liquid or gravy, and even something that's somewhat solid, I tend to pour a sauce or something on top of it to make it more liquid.
and has the challenge being able to eat solid foods, maybe even some challenge with eating blended or liquid foods, has that been the same for you over time? Have there been any differences or changes in how you've experienced that?
Um, I would say it's actually been harder in the last couple years because I did have a um, osteoradionecrosis, and so I had a whole replacement of the bone in the left side of my mouth, and that subsequent to that, things became much more difficult.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Judy, so much for kicking us off here with the Zoom panel and helping us understand some of those most troublesome impacts. Susie, if we can go to you on this same topic. Again, thinking about that big, long list of all of the different symptoms and health effects, are there one or two that come to mind as the most troublesome in your experience?
Sure. And I'm Susie. My background for what I'm dealing with is I had nasopharyngeal carcinoma. So I had radiation and chemo to my head and neck region. So like Judy, I'm missing some salivary gland production. So I have dry mouth and I have difficulty swallowing and the occasional coughing. So very similar, my sentiments are very similar to what Judy said. At home, I can deal and I know what I need to eat. It's when I'm out with a group of people when you're not expecting it, including a business dinner, which it can get really tricky because folks don't know what I have gone through in my past. But, I'm constantly looking for things that are liquid or have a softness to them. I can chew and swallow, but I bring a water bottle everywhere I go. So if something gets stuck, which it will, especially if it's certain types of food, which I've learned what they are, I'm gulping things down and swallowing them whole. So that leads to a lot of digestive issues as well. I can get it down, but there are times where it takes maybe 5, 6 sips, and I'm trying not to draw attention to myself because it's embarrassing, right? There's just, it's a chore. And sometimes it's easier after a few bites just to quit and say, okay, I'm done. I got a few in, but hey, I need the calories too. So I'm looking at my monitor here. There's so many things on the list.
Right.
They are all tied in together because now I am making myself eat when I don't want to because it's a chore or I'm tired. I can't taste it. I can't swallow. I just had a coughing fit in front of a room full of people. But I also have to worry about keeping my weight up, which is a problem 10 years ago I never would have dreamed I would have had, but here we are. So it's a lot of everything that they all tie in together.
No, absolutely. And thank you for kind of help connecting some of those dots. Maybe a place to start is, you kind of talked about instances where you'll, be trying to eat, take bites, chewing, and after a few bites, you kind of give up. I wonder if you could help me understand whether, are there some days you can take more bites than others? Do you kind of have good days, bad days? And if you do, is there any way, when you wake up in the morning, walk out the door that day, are you able to predict if it's going to be a good day or a bad day?
Very good question. And the answer is I can't predict. Sometimes I don't even know what it's going to be, how much saliva I'm going to produce at that given meal. And so there's times where I'm eating something and oh my gosh, it's a red letter day and I'm able to swallow and eat more than usual. And so in those instances, I overdo it because I'm so excited that I can eat for whatever reason that I make myself uncomfortable, which, oh my gosh, I can't believe I could do that. And other days it's like 2 bites in, I'm like, I just ate this last week and now I can't even swallow it, and I don't know why. And I have tried to figure out the rhyme or reason behind it.
Yeah.
Exactly what you're suggesting. What can I do? Am I dehydrated? Am I this? I'm that. I can just tell you, it just varies
Right.
meal by meal, day by day, hour by hour. I have no idea.
Wow. No, thank you for helping understand that a little bit. And then I want to follow up on something else you said originally, which was, kind of a consequence of needing, not being able to fully chew your food or it getting stuck and needing to gulp it down are GI issues. Can you
Yeah.
kind of help us understand what that looks like a little bit?
Yeah, upset stomach after I eat. So I've had a few bites and my stomach hurts. And I don't know why, but if I'm gulping food down whole with water,
Yeah.
knowing that, digestion begins in your mouth. And if I don't have the saliva to break down my food and I'm swallowing it whole, I'm not surprised that my stomach hurts.
Yeah.
So when your stomach hurts, you don't want to eat,
Yeah.
of course, yet I need to get my calories in because I'm afraid of being malnourished because I've lost too much weight and I'm trying to, beef up, hey, protein. I'm all sorts of creative with the foods I eat and like now that weren't my favorites in the past, but I'm trying to, continually refine what I eat to get the nutrition in the way I need to. And, unfortunately, the short answer is, oh, have you tried, the Ensure and the Boost? Yes, I've tried those. I'm trying to have creative solutions that are soft foods that I can help, get things down without resorting to a shake every day. That gets old, as we've all heard and we all know.
Absolutely. Well, Susie, thank you so much. I do see that we have a phone caller. We have Cindy from Wisconsin, who's a caregiver to her dad living with dysphagia. So, Cindy, I would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am.
Well, welcome. Would love to hear your input on this topic as we're exploring some of the most troublesome impacts of dysphagia.
Yeah, so I'm a caregiver. My father, who's 80, has dysphagia. I'm also an SLP who primarily focuses in treating dysphagia. And so it's an interesting position to be in.
Mm-hmm.
He has been having more and more issues, coughing consistently. He also has lost several teeth for other reasons. And so that impacts his ability to chew. So he's got to have his food moistened and doing more soft solids and soft bite size. And his dysphagia has led to significant weight loss, where he's lost about 30 pounds in 6 months, and he didn't have any wiggle room to lose weight. He's always been very skinny to begin with. And so that in and of itself is leading to more frailty and muscle weakness. He's not able to interact or be as involved physically as he once was, though it doesn't stop him from trying, but
Right.
Putting him more at risk for falls and things like that. So it's like a domino effect of the dysphagia causing the weight loss,
Right.
which is causing more of the muscle atrophy and lack of ability to participate in things he's always participated in.
Yes. And so, Cindy, you mentioned both that it sounds like he's coughing more and more. You mentioned that early, and then that obviously over the last 6 months he's had this weight loss. How long has he been living with dysphagia? And would you say that the dysphagia itself is getting worse, or is the other complicating factors plus the dysphagia that's led to some of those changes recently? Can you kind of just help paint that picture a little bit more for us?
I think it's been about 3 to 5 years. It started with he had an esophageal stricture,
Mm-hmm.
and it's led to he's got pharyngeal weakness and things like that. And I think over time he's stuck in this cycle where the dysphagia is resulting in this weight loss, but the weight loss is resulting in more muscle weakness, which is making the dysphagia worse.
Right. And then in terms of the coughing, is that coughing while eating, coughing, other times. Can you maybe just describe that and how you've noticed that that is maybe getting a little worse for him as well?
It's mostly coughing during mealtimes, and leads to a lot of embarrassment for him where he will walk away from the table, or he doesn't want to be as involved in the meal times and family get-togethers and things like that.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's also had a pretty big impact on my mom, who's trying to make meals for him and have him eat enough to not lose any more weight, and helping him with his exercises, which I'm also helping him with, to try and improve his strength and coordination of his swallow.
Right.
I don't know if I answered your question.
No, you very much did. Thank you very, very much. And thank you for being so willing to call in and have your voice heard and help tell your dad's story. So thank you very much. I want to come back here to our Zoom panel. And while we're here, again, if you would like to call in or write in, please do so. We'll be continuing to bring your voices into the program. But Ruth, we're still here, exploring this different range of symptoms, health effects. Be interested, what things, as you were thinking of those, have had the greatest impact, and have there been any impacts that maybe we haven't covered as much so far that you might be able to comment on as well?
Well, if we're talking about the physical, I think people have greater problems than I did. I've just finally got on the right path to solving my swallowing issues, which have more to do with esophageal issues, so EOE. And the last caller talked about sphincters. Yes, that starts to happen. I've had my throat dilated a couple of times. And the thing that has caught my attention with all the people that have spoken is about the social aspect.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, I think that's a huge impact, because it's embarrassing to choke in front of people. And if you don't know if you're going to all of a sudden aspirate your food while at a dinner party, we need some guidance on how to actually handle those situations, So my journey is a little bit different. I don't want to end up in some of the stages that some of the other speakers have. Right. But that's where that journey does start. You start with aspiration and coughing in front of people, and so all of a sudden you stop going out.
Yeah. And it sounded like there were particular experiences that were coming to mind as you were talking about the aspirations, it being difficult in social settings. Is there a particular experience that might help us better understand what you mean?
Oh, well, yeah. So I'll just give you a little humorous situation. I was always the token woman in the room. I worked in a male-dominant field. And as I'm trying to stay in the group of people talking, all of a sudden I have to make a mad dash to the bathroom because I know it's not going to stay down. Because all of a sudden I can't keep what I just ate down for whatever reason. And you never know what is the trigger. I think we finally have our hands on the symptoms or what causes it, but
yeah,
you never really know. So what's on your plate and what you're doing for work or in a social situation. So, the most frustrating thing for me has been being sent to different doctors and being told you have GERD or you have acid reflux. I was thankful to actually be treated by an allergist who said, oh, no, that's not what the problem is. You're going to go see a digestive guy. Right. So finally, I'm on the right journey. And I think the next new drug that I'm going to be trying might be helpful.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want me to mention that product or not, but I'm hopeful that this particular product will give me some aid in swallowing, because I've tried several things where you saturate the drug in honey and swallow it to coat your throat. Helps for the moment, but it doesn't help long range. And you certainly can't bring that to a dinner party, to stir your little drug into your honey at the dinner party. Right. So I'm anxious to see what kind of forward movement they have for people who are just beginning their journey. Yeah. So they don't end up in a deeper situation.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Ruth. That was very helpful, not just the experience that you shared, but even hearing about some of the needs that you have, for hopefully for for treatments. I do want to.
Yeah, the other, sorry to interrupt. The other thing that I think when you're working in a field and all of a sudden your voice gets very quivery, they assume that you're nervous, and sometimes it has to do with swallowing. So it can also impact how people perceive you in a work situation. So,
Sure, and actually, just since you mentioned that, Ruth, impacts kind of on speech, can be very different from one person to the next. We're obviously hearing you. Your speech is very clear, so that kind of quivering that you talk about, is that something that you experience frequently? Could you maybe just help us understand?
well, it depends, So for me, if we have high allergy day and I'm symptomatic, which today we have a lot of pollen and high ozone, and you'll get more production of mucus.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden it's sitting kind of close to your vocal cords and you can't quite clear that, so you sound, not like yourself.
Right.
So, and it does come up from time to time. And it's embarrassing when people ask you, are you nervous? Are you okay? Is something bothering you? It's like, no, I just have a lot of mucus and I can't swallow properly right now. Right.
So is that something that's like, kind of happens like on a weekly basis, monthly basis?
Oh, so I can track when it's going to happen by the pollen count. So I actually have a pollen counter on my phone. Yeah. I bring more water with me, and interestingly enough, green tea, a lot of green tea.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Ruth. I do see, though, we have a phone caller, so I want to bring in Karen from Georgia, who herself is a patient living with a rare swallowing disorder, and would love to hear some of her experiences on these different symptoms and health effects of dysphagia. So, Karen, I would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, sir, I am. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you for joining us. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I have a rare condition called esophageal dysmotility and pharyngeal wall weakening. I have a history of GERD, and I've had dysphagia for 13 years. The symptoms I have are coughing, gagging, feeling like I'm choking. I have numerous other issues that may have impacted or caused esophageal dysmotility, but nothing has been confirmed by the doctors. They're unclear. It could be reflux related. It could be related to my cervical spine issues. I was diagnosed by a neurosurgeon as having cervical stenosis, cervical spondylosis, some areas impinging nerves and the spinal cord. The surgeon said he could fix it, but I would need a feeding tube first. I started out at an ITSE level 6, which was soft and bite-sized, and now I'm basically thick liquids level 3, possibly even lower than that. It's getting worse over time. My biggest fear is winding up needing a feeding tube because now I'm having nutritional deficiencies due to other GI issues that seem to have cropped up that I'm trying to work out with my GI specialist. But it impacts me daily after every meal, even though I just had a smoothie for breakfast and thickened coffee with a thickener. I'm still coughing. I'm still choking. So I have to bend my head down to somehow ameliorate the symptoms. That seems to help for now.
I see. And so you said that you've been living with these difficulties and over several years, and that it's worsening, progressing. That you went from being able to eat small pieces of food to now being on consuming thickened liquids. Can you maybe share with us a little bit about how you first noticed or how you first noticed that you were progressing, that things were getting worse?
I was first diagnosed in 2017. I'm a teacher. I teach. I was a reading specialist, and during faculty meetings, I would start coughing and choking.
Oh, okay.
And when I retired, that's when I started going from doctor to doctor to get assessed and evaluated.
Right.
Finally, a surgeon that I went to diagnosed me. But I knew that the problem was getting worse as I would lower the ITSE levels. As I would consume food at a certain ITSE level, if I started choking, I would go into the kitchen and experiment and add more liquid.
I see.
And then get to a point, I actually experimented in the kitchen with the blender, with the liquids and so forth, to see what level I could consume food at that would lessen the coughing and choking symptoms. That's why I knew I was getting worse, because I couldn't eat food at the soft and bite-sized level of the more solid food.
Yeah.
Over time, I just had to keep doing that until I could reduce the symptoms of coughing.
Yes, and Karen, if you don't mind me asking, as given that you've experienced real progression, how has your ability to cope with that over time, changed at all? How has this impacted you more broadly?
Well, emotionally, I went through a period of grieving, a grief and a loss of. I used to be able to eat everything. Everything was on the table. I remember eating meat, chicken, fish, you name it. Any food that I desired, could go out to a restaurant and eat. And then now I can't consume anything like that. I do go out to restaurants, but I bring a blender with. I bring a bowl, I bring a spoon, all the kitchen equipment that I need, and a cooler to prepare food so that I can join friends and family and outings or in their homes. And I am very blessed with friends and family who are supportive of me, understand my condition, and don't feel put out with me having to blend my food. They're very supportive.
Yes.
So that I'm super, super grateful for. But it has impacted me emotionally.
Yes.
It's stressful. It's anxiety producing, because as one of the participants stated, it's unpredictable. I don't know when I'm going to cough and when I'm not.
Yeah.
And especially like in a doctor's office, people look at me like I'm going to give them a disease.
Mm-hmm.
They literally, or they move away from me. It's very isolating.
I see.
It's very unpredictable.
Wow. Well, Karen, this has been incredibly helpful to hear and hear your story and your journey. And I'm thank you for also sharing that you have a good social network that is inclusive of you despite some of the challenges and other feelings of isolation that you feel. So really appreciate you sharing all of that. We are about to go to another polling question here and broaden this discussion a bit, but before we do, I do know that many of you have been writing in with written comments on some of these symptoms and health effect impacts. So Elizabeth, what are we seeing?
Yes, a lot of these comments that are coming in resonate with what you all have been saying. Karen, especially you just ended about going out for meals. I have a comment here from Cindy from Baldwin, New York, who is the caregiver for her adult son, who commented that going out for meals is an activity that is almost impossible for my son to do. So as a family, we just don't do it. I have another one here from Bob in Seattle saying that meals are meant to be social events. Difficulty swallowing puts the focus on what and how to eat and not the interaction. And then another one here from William in Overland Park, Kansas, also talking about the social impact of dysphagia. He comments that not eating has caused me to quit going out, not joining my buddies for a beer, to stop traveling and fishing. My hunting dog has adopted my wife, as I can no longer take him hunting. I suffer from depression and I miss my social connections. I think sometimes I've never heard anybody mention how, obviously we hear a lot about the social impact and how that affects family members, but also our canine companions too,
Yes.
in that. And so there's a lot of comments coming in about talking how eating is such a social interaction, and dysphagia has taken that away from people.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for everyone who's been writing in. We'll continue to share your comments throughout the program as well. But at this point, I'd like to invite you to pull out your phones, go to that other tab in your web browser, go to pollev.com/dysphagia. We're going to go to a single polling question here. Obviously, this has already come up quite a bit as we've been exploring those most troublesome symptoms and health effects. But we do want to invite you, whether or not you whether or not it's a single symptom or health effect driving this. We heard about the interrelatedness of many of those symptoms. Which daily activities are important to you or your loved one that are negatively impacted by dysphagia? We'd like for you to try to pick the top 3 of those important activities that are the most negatively impacted. So the options are A, enjoying meals, B, the ability to eat through your mouth, C, going to restaurants, D, sleeping, E, socializing, F, travel or vacationing, G, participating in other recreational activities and events, H, attending high school or having a job, I, intimacy or dating or maintaining relationships, or J, some other daily activity that's important to you or your loved one that represents the top 3 most negatively impacted activity as a result of dysphagia that's not otherwise listed here. And again, like with our earlier polling question, I want to ask that you think about why it is you're selecting this. Why does this represent a top burden? What about your what aspects of your dysphagia are making this activity be negatively impacted? So as it stands, it looks like enjoying meals is being reported as at the top top daily activity that's important, that's being impacted by dysphagia, followed by socializing. However, we're seeing going to restaurants, ability to eat through the mouth, sleeping, and really every other of the options that we've listed being chosen as a top 3 greatest impact. Even if it's something we've already heard a bit about, like enjoying meals and socializing, that it's a little different for every person in terms of what that impact is. And honestly, everyone's dysphagia is a little different. And so what's causing that impact is different from person to person. So we still encourage you to call in and write in. And we also, for those of you who selected some of these options that weren't as highly rated overall, like, for example, attending school or having a job, we equally want to hear about those impacts as well. So if we can now turn to our Zoom panel here. While we do, I do want to encourage people to still call in. If you need that phone number, it's 1-703-844-3231. Again, that's 1-703-844-3231. Again, you'll be able to provide a little information, and I'll be able to then bring you into the discussion. But here, now back with our Zoom panel, I'd maybe like to start on this topic with Laura. Laura, as you're thinking about the different things in daily life that maybe are difficult, maybe even impossible because of dysphagia, what stands out to you?
I'm Laura. I'm here because I've been a caregiver. I've worked in caregiver training with dysphagia for years. I grew up in a family where food was love. My dad was a passionate gardener, and that's one of the ways he showed his love to the family. And then he had Lewy body's dementia. I'll get to the question in a second. I'll give you some background on who I am and how this has affected us over the years. My dad had Lewy body's dementia, and quite often within dementia, Alzheimer's, all of them, swallowing becomes an issue about midpoint of the illness. And my dad had his first round of aspiration pneumonia. And because I had had a lot of training, I am a dietitian by degree, but I never worked clinically. I worked for a manufacturer that makes products for helping people thicken and puree and that sort of thing. So we were able to keep my dad home for 7 years after his diagnosis of dysphagia. And of course, it got worse and worse over the years until it took his life. And the swallowing was a big part of that, because as you are ill, as so many people have talked about, getting enough nutrition to sustain becomes such a challenge.
Yeah.
And I think in like activities of daily life, my mom gave up her job, retired early from her career to stay home and take care of dad. Because when you are dealing, I'm sure all the people on this panel, especially talking to Susie and to Judy, when you are trying, when you have to modify every bite you put into your mouth,
yeah,
it adds a whole nother level of activity or action that needs to be taken so you can even get to eating. I had a client who was on a liquidized diet. So everything she took, she completely lost motility in her esophagus. And everything she took, she had to put in a blender with the proper amount of liquid. And when you do that, you also, you don't have the nutrition density that you need. And so again, like eating out for her was a real chore. She had a couple of restaurants she would go to that would modify her food for her. And I'm grateful for that. She also lived about 8 years before it just got to be too much for her, and everything else in her illness brought her to the end.
Yeah.
And I think about all the stories I'm hearing. Forgive me. Because I've worked with people for so long who are dealing with this, and it becomes food is love. It's how we express ourselves, it's how we maintain our health. It's a deeply cultural experience. It's a sensual experience for people too. And as we get older, and even with babies, getting those senses met are so important. And so, it just changes everything when you can't swallow. And then a couple of years ago, guess what? I'm having esophageal issues. And that's really how Ruth and I are neighbors and friends. That's how Ruth and I bonded, because we were at a dinner party or a block party for our neighborhood. And we both sat there with food on our plates in front of us. And I looked at her and I said, "You can't eat that either, can you?" And she said, "No." And we've bonded over that. And so, did I answer your question, James?
Yeah, no, you have, and I have questions though, from hearing so much from your dad's story, now to your own, maybe first just with your dad and, having to deal with that in addition to, Lewy body dementia. You mentioned that one of the biggest, impacts was, kind of needing to be home and staying home, and that also impacted your mother as well as part of caregiving. Was that because of the, primarily because of the need for, the specialized meal prep, or you had also mentioned there were nutritional issues, and obviously in addition, dealing with the, root cause disease. So can you kind of, help us understand? I know it's hard to, I'm not asking you to isolate anything artificially, but kind of talk about those constellation of things that drove that, being bound to the house.
Well, when you're dealing with dementia, or even post-surgery, you have behaviors and changes to your life that you just never expected.
Yeah.
But especially in dementia, you're dealing with behaviors, and most of the time things were okay. But what would happen is, with my dad, became dehydrated and you get a urinary tract infection. Sometimes you'll get behaviors that are really an indication that there's a nutritional thing happening or a hydration thing happening,
Right.
Because you get dehydrated. And honestly, I'll tell you the truth, my mom's a terrible cook. We always joke that the smoke alarm would go off so that your dinner was ready, and I'm not joking. I learned to cook
Yeah.
as self-defense, and that is not a joke.
Yeah.
But she had promised my dad that she would not put him in a care home.
Yeah.
So because I'd had the training I had, and I kind of knew what I was doing, I flew cross country and got her up to speed with the right blenders and equipment she needed. And so instead of meal prep being just like making a sandwich for her and dad at lunch, it became not a 8 or 10 minute thing, but like a 30 or 40-minute thing for her. And she doesn't like to cook, and she's not good at it.
Yeah.
Even to this day, she's 88 now, and we have other people preparing food for her because she's not good at it.
Yeah.
But instead of just being able to sit down at a table in a social situation and eat the food in front of you, even if you can manage to cut it up in small enough bites,
Yes.
it really slows down the pace of the social interaction.
Right.
But for my mother, she left a very lucrative job to stay home and take care of dad, because when she didn't leave her job until the aspiration pneumonia hospitalization scares the heck out of people.
Right. And then
So
no,
go ahead.
no, that extremely helpful. And then I have one follow-up question about your experience, someone that witnessed, the impacts of dysphagia, in your own father's life. I'd be interested to hear, how you first, noticed that you were having, symptoms of dysphagia. What was that, first symptom, and how did you first identify it?
I kind of wondered if maybe I was hypersensitive because I've done so much speaking and I've had so much education about this. And it's kind of like, I know that 1 in 6 people over the age of 60 will have trouble swallowing, whether it's because of, cancer diagnosis or because of a laxity in, in the muscles and those kind of changes. And like Susie, I started having weight loss that wasn't supposed to be there because I was finding myself wanting to stop eating because I get really overwhelmed. And what we discovered was I have some motility issues in my esophagus. And you get a feeling like you got a pill stuck right about here sometimes when you're eating, like you feel that pressure,
Right.
because the muscles aren't working like they're supposed to. And like Ruth, honestly, until Ruth turned me on to her doctor, I was getting kind of I can't really say brush off, but that's kind of how it felt. And also, I have worked with this stuff for so many years. It came as a surprise to me that I could not find somebody who would listen to my symptoms and help me figure this out. And fortunately, Ruth shared with me her doctor, and he's a great one. He still told me that sometimes with esophageal issues, it's hard because that muscle movement and the motility is not something we can really change, which is really frustrating to me.
Yeah.
So, for me, I have to sit upright. I have to make sure that I am calm and relaxed when I eat. I don't like noisy situations. I cannot eat if it's really noisy in a restaurant, because stuff will stick right here. Foods will stick right there.
Well, thank you very much, Laura. It's been very helpful. Melissa, I do want to bring you into this discussion as well here. Obviously, we've already been talking a lot about a number of different impacts in daily life. As you're thinking about those, what are some of the things that have been most difficult or maybe even impossible?
I think for me, in my situation, is a little bit like Judy and Susie's. So I was diagnosed with salivary gland cancer, and so those salivary glands were removed.
Okay.
And for me, on a daily basis, it's the dry mouth, just the constant dry mouth. A blessing of that, though, is that I'm finally getting in all of my daily water that I was supposed to be getting in before this ever even happened, right? So I'm meeting those goals because I constantly have to have that water with me. And so for my situation, it's just the dry mouth that everything gets stuck.
And do you, I guess, how would you describe or the interplay then between the dry mouth and when you need to swallow? Obviously, you talked about hydrating, as something to help with the dry mouth. What's the interplay then when swallowing for other reasons, eating, for example?
So the things I struggle with the most that I describe to people are breads, crackers, those types of things. When I put them in my mouth, I used to be able to moisten those and start to chew and swallow. And I can put a cracker in my mouth and it will sit there and there is zero change in the consistency of that cracker. So it's a lot of water with every small bite that I take.
Right. And, now kind of think about those challenges. How has that impacted, how you go about your daily life, things that you might do in daily life?
For me, it's like I said, the constant water. You'll never find me without water. And as time has gone on, I've tried that. I will thank oh, maybe today will be better, or oh, I'm just going to run out for just a few minutes to run this errand. I won't need, to take my water bottle with me. And turns out every time I'm wrong.
Wow.
So I just have constantly made that a habit to keep that water bottle with me, because the dry mouth is just so intense. It's just always in the forefront of my mind.
And like in those examples where you've forgotten your water or didn't think you needed it, what's the consequence been? What do you experience? How does that feel?
For instance, like in my profession where I have to sometimes present in meetings, I've learned that I cannot be without a water bottle, because after a while of talking, I think Ruth touched on this a little bit, the quivering in my voice, or sometimes just completely not being able to speak, because my mouth will literally just be so dry it freezes up, and I cannot speak. So in instances like that, where I know that I'll be speaking or presenting for a while, I definitely cannot be without water in those moments.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Melissa, for sharing that. I do know that we've been getting a number of written comments on this, so I want to kind of check in midway here with you, Elizabeth.
Yes, yeah. Thank you all for sharing your stories. I've heard a lot from all of you kind of about the fears associated with living with dysphagia and the significant impact that has on your occupations and your social life. I want to read a few comments that we've received here. Starting one with about the fears of living with dysphagia. We have a comment from Lorna from Brainerd, Minnesota, saying that I struggle daily with serious swallowing issues. I fear that I'll choke to death. I wish there were more options for me. And then we have one here from a caregiver named Lucy from Edison, New Jersey. She's a caregiver for her brother. I lost my sweet brother partly due to dysphagia. He was 54 with lifelong special needs. Our experience with dysphagia has been devastating. It goes beyond not being able to eat normally. Dysphagia played a role in the deaths of my devoted dad and my sweet, beautiful, beloved brother. And then too, with the fears associated with dysphagia, not only death and aspiration pneumonia, there's a lot of comments coming in about the fears related to needing a feeding tube. So we have a comment here from Michael from Phoenix, Arizona, that he's a certified master baker. I suffered 3 strokes. I was introduced to a new word, dysphagia. How can I be a chef and not swallow? Is my life and career over? What do I do now? I feared I needed a feeding tube and the loss of my career. So I think that's a common theme here. I'll read just one more quickly here. James from Adrian from the UK. Dysphagia is isolating, uncomfortable, and can be frightening. I'm afraid of dying.
Yeah.
So it's a serious, serious complication here, and I think that resonates with all of you here on the discussion panel and many of you who are listening and tuning into this meeting.
Yeah, thank you so much. I do want to come back to our discussion panel here and kind of check in with all of you here. We've hit on a number of different impacts on daily life. Is there anything that we haven't talked about as much that any of you would like to share, whether it's in terms of symptoms or those impacts on life, even if it's something we've covered, if it's impacted you in some personal or different way, we would love to hear that. Anyone want to add anything here? Yes, Laura.
We kind of touched on this, but a lot of times it changes the dynamic in a relationship, whether it's a spouse relationship or a parent-child relationship. You go from being a partner to then needing to be a caregiver. And that's, or even if you're independent like Judy, or, you still all of a sudden, like, that part of you that helps you be this independent, standalone person, you blur the edges. I don't know if I can explain this quite, but like you go from being this independent, person who is in charge to needing that help. And that sometimes is hard for people.
It changes your
Or-
identity, I think is what you're saying, Laura.
Yeah, your identity of being like, it does. And all of a sudden you're like, especially if you're doing great and then all of a sudden you're diagnosed with cancer. Changes who you are and how you think of yourself. And then you throw dysphagia into it. And then all of a sudden it's a complicating factor. So, I think that's one of the things that people don't think about. And especially I think dysphagia is a hidden kind of a thing. They don't see that you've had cancer and you've had a change in your appearance. And so, it has a whole other level to your life that you really like, the baker who wrote in, is this who I am now? And where does it go from here? For so many people, it's like, where does it go from here?
Yeah.
Is a big question. So it adds question marks to your life you didn't think about.
Yeah, and one thing I think I heard intermixed in there, not only kind of your sense of self, but also your ability to be independent, or maybe thinking about your independence in the future. I know
Yes.
that has come up a little bit. Any other impacts here, Susie?
Yeah, so my situation is two things come to mind, a little unique here. My husband loves to cook, and he loves to cook that's his love language.
Yeah.
And so he's a great cook. Everyone that knows him knows it. Well, that's a challenge for me because now I have, special needs when it comes to eating. So there are certain things I can't eat. And that has affected our personal relationship because I'm sorry, I don't want panko crumbs on my food anymore, whatever the case may be, or I'm getting out cottage cheese to supplements just so I can get stuff down. And so you wouldn't think that would be that big of a deal, but as time goes on and the months go on, it's like, no, this is still a challenge for me. And he tends to forget or, do what he needs to do, and I have to continue to modify. And there is that push and pull where can't I just be grateful that he cooked a wonderful meal that everybody loves except me, right? That makes me the bad guy because now I physically cannot, right? So that's really tough. The second item I wanted to touch on that sparked in my mind from what Laura said is there's people that, may or may not, it's silent, right? So you don't know, or you may not believe that this is an issue. If you go to someone's house, or my parents come to mind and they're just like, oh, you're fine now, right? Because the cancer's gone, yay. But, those side effects that linger are, well, I still can't do this and that. And I don't bring it up because I don't want to be that constant, complainer, but
Right.
I can't go do this. I can't go do that because oh geez. And I've forgotten my water bottle before too. So I got to run home and get it, or whatever it is, because you're stuck in this constant reminder of, if I don't do something about this, it's going to catch up with me and I'm going to be in a world of hurt, in a situation that's embarrassing and, really embarrassing or just noticeable to others. So it definitely affects personal relationships.
No, and thank you for being willing to share that, Susie. And in terms of kind of being able to get out and do things, and sometimes not being able to, can you maybe share just some of the range of what those are? I mean, are there have there been? It sounds like a lot of it might be just even day-to-day things, but are you able to, kind of accommodate, for important life events, things like that, or have some of those even had to be missed out on?
Yeah, sure. So I am headstrong, feeling that I'm going to do what I need to do.
Yeah.
So when I get invited out to dinner, I look at the menu online first because I don't want to be stressed in the moment of what can I eat there. And usually there's one or two things, and okay, well, that's what I'm having today, right? Because I want to still have that social interaction. So I refuse to miss out on things, right? So even going out with my friends, I could even and have I'll eat something at home and go so I'm not hungry, so I can still go have a drink or do whatever. So I'm not missing that social aspect. And, no matter where I go, just like Melissa said, I'm taking my water bottle. I bring it into restaurants. I put it in my satchel, my purse. I mean, it's going because I can't even wait for the server to get to your table with the water because it might be too long. And by then I'm like,
Right.
bleh, whatever that means. So, my situation, I just refuse to miss out on anything. I'm going, whether or not I can eat or participate. You might not know. I might look like I'm not hungry. Well, yeah, I am, but you just don't know the situation I'm dealing with.
Right.
And I'm not going to tell everybody I meet
Yeah.
because that's a lot, right? I touched on business dinners and, such. So, oh yeah, I'm not hungry today. Well, that's not true, but I can't sit here and eat. I can't, choke on my food, or I can't get this down and my water's run out, or whatever the case may be. The water is just going with me everywhere I go, or else. And that's how I, kind of power through it, if you will.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Yes, Judy, please.
I think that we've talked about a lot of things that we share in terms of problems. One thing that, in a way, we've alluded to, but I feel we haven't kind of identified head on, is the emotional. And perhaps because my background is social work, I feel that there's a tremendous emotional burden that we all take on once we have this kind of problem, and that to some extent we talk about it. We may complain to friends, to family, to spouses, to other relatives, but they get tired of hearing from us, and I get tired of saying it to them, and also a sense of embarrassment that I don't want to be talking about this all the time, yet I feel I need an outlet, and that many of us do need an outlet to describe some of these things. This program is great, but it's obviously of limited duration, and I think that there need to be some steps taken to make this more available to those of us who have the physical problem.
Yeah. And Judy, as you kind of work through some of the mental, emotional, aspects of this, can you, kind of share, how, what that might have looked like maybe, early on in experiencing dysphagia where you are today?
Well, in a way, I would say over time, I think it's gotten worse because I think that initially there was an expectation that I would be talking about problems I was experiencing.
Right.
And then as time has gone on, it's sort of, I feel that people are kind of tired of hearing it. And that even though they're encouraging me to some extent, partly because they're good friends and good family members, and partly because they feel that I need that. But I realize that there is a fatigue that goes along with that. And I've even used writing as an escape. I took some classes in what's called the personal essay. And in some of those essays, I actually wrote about experiences I've had. And those were helpful. But I continue to look for outlets.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, and thank you for raising this and being willing to speak to it, Judy. So I do want to bring up one more topic for discussion as part of our morning discussion around what it is to live with dysphagia, and we'll start that off with a polling question. It'll be our last of the morning. So go ahead, open up that phone browser, go to that tab on your web browser on your computer, go to pollev.com/dysphagia. Here we would like to know what worries you the most about your or your loved one's condition in the future. And you can select the top 3 greatest worries or concerns that you have. Again, when we started the discussion, we recognized that there's much that you already have gone through and live with, and we've heard so much about that already. But we also know that you do have to worry and think about the future. And so here your options are A, lack of independence, B, increased caregiver burden, C, worsening communication issues, D, the stress of not knowing how dysphagia will progress, E, concerns of aspiration pneumonia, F, worsening nutrition issues, G, premature mortality or premature death, H, financial stability for your family and your loved one with dysphagia, I, social isolation, G, the potential need for a feeding tube, or K, some other worry that you have about you or your loved one's condition in the future that represents a top 3 greatest worry for you. Give you a few moments here. Again, we encourage you to think about what is coming into your minds as you're thinking about and making these selections. You know, what past experiences are informing your future concerns? What about your unique situation is informing these concerns? So we'll give a few more moments here. As it stands, it looks like aspiration pneumonia is being reported as the greatest worry for the future, followed by the stress of not knowing how dysphagia will progress. We see other top worries, including worsening nutrition issues, premature mortality, potential need for a feeding tube. But we're seeing all of these here, all of our response options that we've provided listed as a top 3 greatest worry for some number of our audience today. So a wide range of concerns that you have for your futures. And we want to encourage you to call in, write in. Please do share about this as part of this final portion of our morning session. So if you would like to call in, we would love to welcome you into the program. Our phone number for calling in is 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can call in now at 1-703-844-3231. But to get us started, I want to come back and revisit our Zoom panel here. And we'll ask each of you to weigh in on this important topic. You know, maybe, Melissa, we can start with you as you're thinking about, you know, your future. You know, is there a top worry, a concern that pops into mind?
I think from, just the unknown of how it will progress, and of course we all hope that it won't progress, right? I honestly, I never thought I would be diagnosed with cancer. And so there's still a little bit of that in my mind that, well, maybe this will be the worst that it ever gets, and then as time has gone on and it has progressed a little bit more over the years, that is probably one of my my biggest concerns. And then how that, Laura and Judy touched on that, how that affects the relationships that I have in my life with my family, and the emotions that it brings to the forefront for them. The first time that I really had a serious choking incident, I was at home by myself with my 9-year-old son, and the effects that has had on him. So I think those would probably be my 2 greatest concerns.
Yeah. And so as you think about those concerns, and kind of not knowing how things will progress, are you thinking about, new symptoms, new aspects of dysphagia, worsening of existing symptoms, some combination? Can you just describe that a little bit more for us?
I think a combination, worsening of existing. I've seen where the difficulty in swallowing over the years has progressively gotten worse. Yeah. And then just all the what ifs of if there are new symptoms that make the dysphagia worse.
Right. Well, thank you so much for sharing that, Melissa. Laura, I'd like to bring you in on this topic, thinking about, your future, with dysphagia, given your, experience also as a caregiver. Is there anything that, is top of mind as a greatest worry or concern that you have for the future?
When I think about, I'm a doer too. I'm like Susie, I get out and I make it happen.
Yeah.
That's just, how I live. And one of the things I have not so much concern, but kind of a passion about is how do we get enough protein into to somebody who cannot swallow properly? If you're having salivary gland issues and your mouth is not producing saliva, how do you masticate and chew the fibers in meats to get enough protein? Because to be able to heal from a surgery or to be able to maintain your muscle mass as you get older, you need to have protein, not a really high protein diet, but good protein. And it is such a challenge if you're having trouble swallowing, whether it's because you can't chew it, or you don't have enough saliva, or you have esophageal issues, getting that. I think somebody mentioned about just kind of forcing it down with water. Right. Well, you can have all kinds of cascades of events that happen after that when you're chewing meats. They call it the steakhouse syndrome, where big chunks of meat get lodged in the esophagus. Yeah. And so I think about that because I know my issues are a lot of the muscle movement of my esophagus. So I think, how do I get good, proper protein to help maintain my nutritional status as I try to age successfully? Right. I unfortunately know how this is going to end. And I'm prepared because I have spent so many years working with it, and I've watched my father go through it, and I'm watching my mother go through it, and I've had so many clients and people in my life go through it. Yeah. Judy was talking about needing emotional support. As a caregiver, you need emotional support as you care for somebody with dysphagia. With someone with dysphagia, you need really good emotional support because this is like existential stuff we're dealing with. Yeah. So, it's a really a daily aspect of my life. Yeah. And for all of us sitting here on this panel, it's a daily aspect of your existence. Yeah. And none of us knows what the future brings. I'm going to go out fighting. Mm-hmm. And having tools to be able to fight is really vital.
Yes. Thank you so much for.
This down because my dog is barking.
Probably the postman or something, or these days the Amazon guy. But no, thank you so much for sharing that, Laura, and both the kind of concerns about your physical ability to swallow and getting enough protein to maintain that while aging, but also the larger emotional needs and concerns as well. Coming around here, I would like to ask you, Ruth, as you're thinking also about the future, what are the top worries or concerns that you have?
Oh, my top concern is after watching my brother-in-law die from esophageal cancer. Yeah. I don't want to go out the way he did. It was pretty miserable. I mean, he had the feeding tube. I don't want to. My concern is very much what everybody else has voiced. I don't want to be a burden to my family. I want to make sure that is all prevented as much as possible. I don't want somebody to have to care and give up their whole lifestyle to take care of me. And I think one of the things that's very frustrating, and Laura kind of touched on it too, is getting all the parties that you see to talk to you like a human being that's going through something that's, it doesn't sound like a big deal to most people, but as you've all heard, swallowing is essential to life, getting enough protein, etc. And I think it would be helpful on the emotional side of it if we had a place where these doctors could actually communicate with one another about not just from the nose to the chest, but also all the way through the digestive system. Because as we know, a lot of these problems start sometimes in the stomach and they get misdiagnosed as GERD. So I think on an emotional side, I think we need support for the doctors as well to get together and talk about the specifics of what are you seeing, and join these pieces of information together. And I think for the people that have made comments about it is, we need to be less stressed out about what we're hearing, and we need to not be, as Laura put it, blown off. I'm fortunate enough to have a great doctor who does communicate with my allergy guy and actually has talked to my oncologist because I had breast cancer. He wanted to give me something she wasn't thrilled about And thank goodness for this guy, he got on the phone and talked to her. So the drug was cleared. But I think, so back to that message, I think the biggest fear for not just me, but other people is that the communication between the specialists needs to happen.
Well, thank you so much, Ruth. Coming around here, a little bit of a round robin with our Zoom panel. Susie, want to get your thoughts on this topic of worries, concerns for the future.
Yeah, so my biggest fear, I have hypoglossal nerve palsy. So my tongue swells intermittently and I cannot swallow at all. I cannot talk. It's very, very labored and it goes away within 1 to 2 minutes. And it happens about 5 times a week and it goes away within a couple minutes. My fear is that that gets worse. And then I wouldn't be able to eat at all. What if it stays, right? And I can't get an answer from my doctors about why it's happening intermittently, you know, what the deal is. But it would affect my job. It would affect everything. So, I mean, that's my biggest worry because that could be a life changer for me.
And just to clarify, is the concern that it would no longer be intermittent, it would be permanent, but or also that it, do you have concerns of, you know, just increasing frequency?
Yeah, both. If it happened a lot, I mean, I wouldn't be able to work and present and talk to people. I wouldn't. It has happened when I'm eating before and I remain calm till it goes down so that I can swallow because I physically can't when, you know, for whatever reason. So yeah, it could, if it gets worse, it could affect my job and other things. And if it's permanent, that would be devastating. I would, you know, I guess I'd run to the ER to get it addressed, but that's my biggest fear.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And Judy, to round us out here on our Zoom panel, as you think about the future, you know, what would you like to share in terms of concerns or fears?
Well, I think that because of age and because of my connections with other people my age or even older, and visiting a number of them in care facilities, I do expect that should I need care, that I wouldn't expect my sons, it would really be, to take that on. And I would expect to be if I needed to be in some kind of a facility. And having visited some of those, I observed that they're not that good in terms of the whole eating or issue. When I look, for instance, at an assisted living and the menu that's posted outside the dining room, I look at the menu and I say, the lunch or the dinner menu, I can't eat any of those things. How would they be attentive to my needs? And kind of carrying over what occurs in restaurants, when I see something on a menu and I call over the waiter and I say, can you adjust this? And I start describing the ways. Oh yes, and then it comes and they've put pepper all over the top of the fish. I can't eat pepper. So that worrying about those, in a way, intricacies, and yet things that I think would be essential to my well-being if I could no longer care for myself.
Yes. Wow. Judy, thank you for being willing to share that as well, and really to all of you on our Zoom panel for all that you've contributed as part of the discussion today. I do want to turn to the comments we've been receiving from the web. I know that they've continuously been coming in all session. So, Elizabeth, what do we see there?
Yeah, I think when you posed the question, James, of how does dysphagia affect you and what concerns and worries do you have, there's a lot that's weighing heavy on people. I'm just going to read through a few here. We won't have a chance to read through all of them, I don't think, but we will include these in the Voice of the Patient report afterwards. But let me get started here with Jill from Suffer, New York. Because of dysphagia, I have a G-tube. The site is always red and drains infected material all through the day, especially acidic foods. All day it's on my mind. The unknown is scary. I have another comment here from Cindy in Baldwin, New York, who is a caregiver for her adult son. What worries me most as my son gets older is that he may and probably will need another surgery. I know if this happens, he will most likely lose his ability to swallow again and have to start all over with treatment. Michael from Ann Arbor, Michigan says that over the past 2 years, I have had repeated aspiration pneumonia and am accumulating lung damage. My key fear is that as dysphagia advances, is needing to rely on a feeding tube, which is not assured to prevent pneumonia. Along the same line, we have Pat from Illinois who says, my biggest fear is the need to have a feeding tube. This is what I'm trying to avoid if possible, and if not, to postpone as long as possible. I'll do one more here. Feeding tubes are a common fear and worry among our community. Donna from Hamilton, New Jersey says, it's isolating and embarrassing. I'm very afraid it will get worse and that I will need a feeding tube. So I'll pause there, but no, we know that there's more comments coming in from people listening today, and we wish we had more time to get to all of these, but we will include them later. But thank you, everybody, for sharing all of that with us. It's important to hear what's affecting you.
No, truly thank you to everyone who's taken the time this morning, whether you called in, wrote in, you were on one of our panels, the live panel or the panel of statements. You've really helped us understand so much more of what it is to live with dysphagia. We are going to take a break here, but we'll be coming back in the afternoon to build on what we've learned and understand your experiences with current treatments, and importantly, get your input on what it is that you are looking for from future treatments for dysphagia. But for now, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break, and as we depart, for the rest of our audience, we just ask that you remember and think about the fact that all of our participants today with dysphagia won't be eating a lunch in the normal way, a way that we all might be otherwise taking for granted. So thank you also for joining us, and we will resume at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on dysphagia. My name is James Valentine, your moderator, and I'm here in the studio with Elizabeth Daly from the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders. And we're looking forward to our afternoon discussion, building on everything we learned this morning from you all, people living with dysphagia and your caregivers, about what it is that's most impacting your lives. And now in this afternoon to explore your experiences and preferences for treatments. But before we do that, I'd like to turn it over to Elizabeth to introduce our afternoon clinical speaker. Elizabeth?
Excellent. Thank you, James, and welcome back, everybody. I'd like to introduce our clinical speaker, Dr. Shuman Dar, who will provide us with an overview of the current treatments for dysphagia. Dr. Dar is an assistant professor in the Department of Otolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery at UT Southwestern Medical Center, where he is also a practicing laryngologist in the Clinical Center for Voice Care and specializes in the treatment of voice, airway, and swallowing disorders. Previously, he was a faculty member at Johns Hopkins University and the chief of Johns Hopkins Swallowing Center. Dr. Dar is an active member of the American Bronchoesophagological Association and serves on the Airway and Swallowing Committee of the American Academy of Otolaryngology, Head and Neck Surgery, and on the Medical Advisory Board for the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders. And with that, I'll pass this over to you, Dr. Dar.
Well, thank you so much for that kind introduction. I'm really honored to be a part of this meeting that focuses on sharing both caregiver and patient experiences about living with dysphagia. What I'll be talking about mainly is a summary of the current dysphagia management and treatment available. In terms of what we'll be talking about today, we'll start with a brief discussion on the causes of dysphagia, which will help us discuss the current standard of care within each category. And then I'll also point out the gaps in current treatment paradigms. In terms of treatment of dysphagia, there are a few primary aims which we look to intervene on in terms of outcome measures. We want to improve the quality of life of our patients. We want to avoid issues having to do with malnutrition and poor intake of nutrients. We want to deal with the negative consequences of aspiration, which can occur as a result of poor swallowing function and dysphagia. And we also want to prevent early mortality as a result of those negative consequences of dysphagia. These are all the things that we look to intervene on and the outcomes we like to see in our patients. In terms of the major causes of dysphagia, this has already been discussed, but in general, they can be divided up into several various categories that are very different from one another. And so, what you'll find is that types of treatment vary tremendously based on the etiology or cause of dysphagia. And we'll go through them one by one in terms of the major categories. Gastroesophageal reflux is one of the more common causes of solid food dysphagia, and there are a variety of different ways that this is treated, from dietary modification and lifestyle changes to various medications that work to reduce or suppress acid. Barrier treatments, such as alginates, and surgical treatments, such as fundoplication and variations of fundoplication, exist. There are currently a few gaps in reflux treatment. Reflux contains more than just acid. There are problematic chemicals such as pepsin and bile, which are not currently addressed by medical therapy. And breakthrough reflux is another problem, where the amount of acid reflux is still not controlled on maximal medical therapy. Another cause of dysphagia that's quite common is cricopharyngeus muscle dysfunction and the presence of pharyngoesophageal diverticulums. Now, the cricopharyngeus muscle represents the main part of the upper esophageal sphincter, which regulates the flow of food from the throat down into the esophagus. And if that muscle is dysfunctional, it can create a stopgap in terms of the flow of the bolus. We can treat these patients with dietary modifications and sometimes therapy. Sometimes simple things such as esophageal dilation can be done in these patients, as well as botulism toxin injection to the muscle itself. More advanced options include a surgical division of the muscle, either endoscopically or through an external approach through the neck. And sometimes this CP muscle dysfunction, which will lead to the presence of diverticulums or pouches that form in the throat or esophagus that can collect food and cause issues like regurgitation and dysphagia. These can be treated surgically via an endoscopic approach, meaning a through the mouth approach, or an external approach through the neck. In terms of gaps in treatment for these patients, there are poor alternatives when us surgical interventionalists have difficulty with exposure or seeing the upper esophagus and diverticulum, meaning if you can't see the problem, you can't treat the problem. There's also a lack of specialized equipment uh, created for the division of these upper esophageal diverticulum, and this is a very difficult anatomic location in general to operate on. Another problem that we commonly see in our practices dealing with dysphagia is the consequences of head and neck cancer and their treatment. Now, the first step of head and neck cancer dysphagia treatment involves the preemptive screening for swallowing dysfunction prior to the initiation of treatment. We have good tools for this, including swallow evaluations and flexible endoscopic evaluation of swallowing, and video fluoroscopic swallow studies. We have surgical methods to reconstruct the patient after head and neck surgery to ablate the tumors and or remove the tumors, and these include free flap reconstruction of the head and neck. We also have swallow therapy guided by speech language pathologists. Again, these are folks who specialize in the treatment of dysphagia and work with these patients throughout the entire course of their disease process. They use things such as biofeedback assisted therapy, where they utilize advanced techniques such as endoscopy and manometry. They also work on things like expiratory muscle strength training to again help patients strengthen their respiratory reserve and fight against dysphagia and potential aspiration. Treatment of radiation induced stricture is another important factor in these patients, and these patients often need to undergo serial pharyngoesophageal dilations, either in the office or under anesthesia. Treatment of VPI or velopharyngeal insufficiency can also cause issues with communication as well as swallowing, and these can be treated in the office with injection augmentation. For more advanced problems with dysphagia, anti aspiration surgeries are needed, and these can include narrow field laryngectomy, where the entire larynx is actually removed, which can prevent complete prevention of dysphagia, but has serious consequences to the patient's quality of life. And then more advanced techniques and interventions, such as swallowing expansion devices and things of that sort. Gaps in treatment in the head and neck cancer population is quite significant. The treatment of head and neck cancer has high rates of post treatment dysphagia, both acutely and more significantly, late stage radiation induced disease. Radiation induces fibrosis and tissue death, which is extremely challenging to treat. We have no durable treatment to reverse radiation fibrosis in the larynx and pharynx musculature. Swallowing therapy is very effective, but poorly studied in terms of how much therapy is needed and how often it should be applied. These patients are among our most challenging to help. These patients have multi-phase dysphagia, they have laryngeal sensory neuropathy, and high levels of frailty. Some patients we can help to maintain an oral diet with aggressive care and close monitoring, but sometimes we have to shift our goals from having the patients resume their oral diet to actually having the goal to be managing their secretions and avoiding those negative consequences of aspiration. Another very common cause of swallowing dysfunction is esophageal dysmotility, meaning there's a dysfunction in the musculature that allows the transition of bolus through the esophagus down into the stomach. The most common treatment for these dysmotilities include the treatment of lower esophageal sphincter disease, or EGJ outflow disease. Dilation can be done at the lower esophageal sphincter, Botox injection, and then surgery such as a Heller myotomy, which releases the inherent tightness of the lower esophageal sphincter and increase bolus flow into the stomach. And then more recently, peroral endoscopic myotomy has been developed, which is a endoscopic procedure that has similar outcomes to the Heller myotomy. In terms of gaps in treatment of dysmotility, most of the treatment that is available works on the esophago-gastro junction, and other than that, there are not very many good treatment options for patients with disorders of peristalsis. These disorders, such as distal esophageal spasm, hypercontractile esophagus, absent contractility of the esophagus, and ineffective contractility of the esophagus. All these various dysmotilities do not have very good treatment options in terms of medicine or surgery. In terms of inflammatory disorders that cause dysphagia, eosinophilic esophagitis is among the most common. It occurs in both children as well as adults. Interventions include medications such as swallowed steroids, elimination diet, and monoclonal antibody therapy. Treatment of consequences of EOE include interventions such as serial dilations and intermittent food disimpactions. The gaps of EOE treatment include none of these treatments are have a long duration, and patients must adhere to either a restricted diet or take medications indefinitely. Swallowed steroids can predispose to chronic fungal infections, and there is a high expense to the more advanced monoclonal antibody therapy. There are various neurological etiologies that can lead to dysphagia. There are neurodegenerative conditions, uh, which can lead to swallowing dysfunction. In terms of treatments for these patients, they can get specialized swallowing therapy. Aspiration prevention strategies are reviewed with them by our speech language pathology colleagues, and we work to improve their quality of life by reducing things such as sialorrhea. Patients after stroke often have dysphagia and swallowing dysfunction. Swallowing rehabilitation is also important. Diet modification is also important, working with the patient to find a swallowing as well as diet strategy that works well for them. Also, we seek to intervene by addressing the specific cranial neuropathies that can occur in addition to these strokes. Interventions such as vocal fold medialization and arytenoid repositioning work to improve airway protection in these patients when swallowing. Patients who have skull base tumors also can have cranial neuropathies as a result of the tumor and the result of treatment of these tumors. We can address these cranial neuropathies with surgeries, again, like medialization of the vocal folds and arytenoid repositioning, as well as more aggressive surgeries such as hyolaryngeal suspension and pharyngoplasty. In terms of gaps in neurological etiology treatment, there are many therapies that work specifically to target voice problems in these patients, but we are lacking in dysphagia protocols for the neurodegenerative population. The more advanced surgeries, such as hyolaryngeal suspension, can help to open up the upper esophageal sphincter in these patients, but are only 50% effective at best. Muscle tension dysphagia, which is a type of functional dysphagia that has newly been described, has treatment that's mainly focused on supportive care, swallowing therapy, as well as biofeedback and psychological and psychiatric support. The challenges in these patient populations first include difficulty with diagnosis, and formal treatment protocols are lacking in this newly described condition. Now, when oral diet is not possible, there are other things that we can do to help our patients survive and thrive. NG tubes, gastrostomy tubes, or even temporary TPN or partial parental nutrition. Now, feeding tubes have their limitations. They support nutrition, but they don't fix the underlying problem, which is difficulty with swallowing. Aspiration risks persist. There are high morbidity from these tubes, and disuse atrophy in absence of swallowing rehabilitation can occur. There are also ethical concerns with the use of these feeding tubes, especially in our patients with neurodegenerative conditions and dementia. In summary, the treatment of dysphagia is a multidisciplinary effort. Multiple specialties in medicine all work together for a common cause of helping these patients suffering with swallowing dysfunction. In general, we are more skilled at measuring dysphagia, but we are severely lacking in novel and durable treatment options for patients suffering from various forms of dysphagia. I look forward to hearing from patients and caregivers reviewing their uh, experience living with dysphagia. Thank you again for your time, and I look forward to hearing more.
And thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and giving us a lay of the land of current treatment approaches and setting the stage for our afternoon discussion, where it's now going to be our second opportunity to bring in the community voice to now understand aspects of the patient experience focused now on treatments. You'll see on the screen our discussion questions for this afternoon. We'll be asking all of you attending the live program to help weigh in and help us explore your experiences with treatments. I do want to start by saying that when we use the term treatments, we're using that as shorthand for the to broadly cover the wide range of different, not only medications and surgeries and other medical interventions that you use, as well as participation in clinical trials, but also more holistic approaches, including diet modification and other accommodations that you make. Anything that a person with dysphagia does to try to make living life with dysphagia a little easier counts as what we're calling a treatment. So we want to explore, what are you doing to help manage you or your loved one's dysphagia and its symptoms? How well does that broad range of different treatment and management strategies help treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of dysphagia, which we learned so much about this morning? Whether or not something is helpful, we do also want to explore and ask you, what are the most significant downsides to those current treatments, whether those be side effects or other burdens, and how do those downsides of treatments affect daily life? We'll then want to spend some time this afternoon not only exploring your existing or past experiences with treatments, but explore, short of a complete cure for dysphagia, which is something that we all want, we want to know, what specific things would you or your loved one look for in an ideal treatment or for dysphagia, or even before a treatment would become available and an investigational product might be being developed and be going into clinical trials. What factors would be important to you in deciding and whether to participate in a new research study? So to get us started in exploring these topics, it's my pleasure to introduce our afternoon panel. We have Ava, Devin, Danny, Vincent, and Ed. Ava, take it away.
Hi, my name is Ava Brooks, and I have been living with pharyngeal and esophageal dysphagia, muscle tension dysphonia, and laryngeal and esophageal spasms since May of 2023. For as long as I can remember, eating was something that I took for granted. The simple process of swallowing, staying hydrated, and nourishing my body have now become sources of anxiety and discomfort, profoundly impacting nearly every aspect of my life. It's a condition that many don't fully understand unless they experience it. My dysphagia manifests as food and liquid getting stuck in my esophagus. On my worst days, it feels like I can't swallow at all, despite my best efforts. This has led to over 110-pound weight loss, food texture modifications, increased hydration, intravenous hydration therapy, and various forms of medical intervention. When I first visited my doctor about my swallowing difficulties, they determined that I had a hiatal hernia and a slip Nissen fundoplication, which resulted in a reconstructive surgery. They initially thought that this was the source of my dysphagia. However, after a long recovery, I continued to experience swallowing problems, which eventually worsened over time. Eventually, they discovered that I had an esophageal stricture. We discussed the advantages and disadvantages of further endoscopies, dilation, Botox injections, and the use of stents, as I've had a history of developing strictures and have undergone these procedures before. In my experience, the relief was short lived and the efficacy diminished with each procedure, so I opted not to repeat these interventions and instead focused on expanding my testing to find the root cause in hopes of preventing a reoccurrence. I was prescribed a PPI to help reduce the symptoms of reflux, which had contributed to inflammation in my esophagus. I also eliminated trigger foods and beverages that can worsen these symptoms and focused on texture, density, and temperatures of my meals. I was also prescribed an antispasmodic medication to address the laryngeal and esophageal spasms that I experience several times a day. These spasms cause sharp, deep pain in my esophagus and chest when involuntary contractions occur. As someone living with dysphagia, staying hydrated is already challenging. Other factors such as increased dryness from medications, postnasal drip due to environmental allergies, or inflammation from cold and flu can further complicate my ability to stay hydrated. One of the more surprising aspects of my treatment was when a doctor recommended speech therapy, which has helped improve both my voice and swallowing ability. The exercises made me more aware of how I was using my muscles while I was eating and speaking, and I learned the techniques to reduce strain and tension. I was also introduced to a personal steam inhaler, which I now use multiple times a day to keep my sinuses and esophagus hydrated and relaxed to make swallowing easier. Additionally, I was taught to perform hard swallows by isolating my tongue, extending it, and gently stabilizing it with my teeth. I was also asked to hum, which stimulates the muscles in the throat and improves the effectiveness and coordination of swallowing. Another recommended exercise was blowing bubbles in a cup of water, which strengthens oral motor skills. The exhalation during these exercises promotes controlled breathing, which is essential for coordinating swallowing and breathing. My ideal treatment approach continues to involve working with a healthcare provider who treats the whole body, not just the symptoms. Treating symptoms may offer temporary relief, but long-term relief is only possible when the root cause is identified and addressed.
Hi, my name is Kevin. I'm a 50-year-old retired mechanical engineer from Cincinnati, Ohio. My dysphagia first started when I had a brainstem stroke in February 2022 that left me 100% unable to speak or swallow at all, not even my own spit. During my therapy hospital stay, I had a speech-language pathologist not really interested in dysphagia and more focused on speech. During this month, I was given absolutely nothing in terms of swallowing therapy, and from several ENTs at that facility, I was told I would never swallow again. There was never a new exercise or trying a new treatment to help me swallow, and it was maddening. I knew this therapy was not personalized and left me feeling extremely frustrated. I was told by several people to seek out a certain ENT at a local hospital, and 4 months post-stroke, I finally met with her, and they were extremely encouraging. After 5 months post-stroke, I underwent a 7-hour surgery to prime my throat to function again. 6 weeks post-surgery, I was ready to learn how to swallow again, and in late September of 2022, I started a rigorous swallowing therapy. The first thing I learned are 3 important exercises I still do to this day. The first was an effortful swallow, where I put my tongue to the top and back of my throat and swallowed. This test increased my tongue and throat strength, which increased my swallowing pressure. Another variant of the swallow, where I stick my tongue out and bite down gently to hold my tongue and swallow. This swallow targets my constrictors in my throat to help propel food during swallowing. I do 20 of these daily, or a few if I'm having problems swallowing difficult foods. The second is a chin tuck exercise against a foam ball for 3 seconds, repeat 30 times. I do this every morning. The third exercise is a head lift and chin tuck where I lie on my back and lift my head where I'm looking at my toes. This test I start off by doing a lift and hold for 1 minute and repeat this 3 times. The final part is a lift and lower head 30 times. Both the chin tuck and head lift test increase the muscles in the front of my throat to help open the muscles at the top of my throat for swallowing. Outside learning these key exercises, each therapy session we would work on swallowing things, starting with water and thickened apple juice to moving up to soft foods like ground beef and scrambled eggs, and finally complex foods like sandwiches. The final session I tackled sushi, which was amazing. 9 months post-stroke and 3 months of swallowing therapy, I had graduated from swallowing therapy, but I signed up for an 8-week trial of a novel biofeedback tongue device called the tongueometer with the hospital. During the trial, I took home this device where I would do 2 exercises. The first, I would squeeze an air-filled ball between my tongue and the roof of my mouth repeatedly. I first started with doing this 20 times in a row, but over the course of the trial, that increased to over 50 times by the end. Every 2 weeks, I ran the test with an SLP, and they would increase the resistance based on my tongue strength. The second test was an endurance test, where I would push against the ball with my tongue against the roof of my mouth and hold a certain pressure range within my tongue for 30 seconds. The resistance range was a percentage of my overall tongue force, again, upped every 2 weeks by my SLP. While the tongueometer device showed my tongue strength had increased, the only real thing I noticed about swallowing was I went from a single sip swallow of liquids to multiple swallows in a row for the same drink. I was not guzzling drinks, but multiple swallows of drinks at a time definitely were possible. This may seem trivial, but meant the world to my overall quality of life, where I went from trying to avoid drinking to seeking out more water to drink. Throughout this process, I've learned everyone's dysphagia is different. Everyone responds differently to treatment, and that treatment needs to be unique to each other's person swallowing deficits. My ENT doctor helped me enable me to swallow again, and my swallowing therapist at the same hospital was able to tailor treatment specific to my dysphagia. I was also able to participate in a trial of a novel device. I told both the ENT and the speech language pathologist that my rehab, that anything I could do to help the research and learning, I would gladly donate my time towards. My reasoning and willingness is simple: to further science and to help others regain some form of swallowing again. I learned on the way that every form of dysphagia is extremely personal and that everyone's treatment should be individually set. I do wish there was a next step, though, in therapy or medicine to allow swallowing well each and every time. Thank you.
Imagine being able to drink normally for the first 17 years of your life. Imagine being able to eat anything, everything you've ever wanted for the first 24 years of your life. Now imagine that you have surgery for a problem not related to swallowing, and instantly you can no longer have a glass of water. 7 years later, another surgery. And now you eat your meals through a tube in your stomach. Hi, my name is Danny. I'm 34 years old, and I don't have to imagine this. This is my reality and my story of how I went from tube to food twice. In 2007, I had a revision to the shunt in my cervical spine. The surgery itself was a success, but every time I would drink, I would choke. I had a modified barium swallow study, a test that evaluates swallowing, and all they told me was that my swallow was weak. The result of this was that I needed to thicken my liquids to a nectar consistency. At that time, no medical professional told me or my family that the condition that I had developed was called dysphagia. Nor did they tell us that there were treatments that were available to improve my swallow. So, for the next 7 years, I faithfully thickened all my liquids, never questioning. In 2014, after another shunt revision, my swallow was severely weakened. In addition, my vocal cords were left paralyzed in the open position. I was unable to speak, unable to breathe on my own, and unable to swallow food or drink without it entering my airway. Doctors inserted a feeding tube into my stomach and sliced a hole in my neck, putting in a tracheostomy to help me breathe. I was transferred to a rehab facility and started swallow therapy using an electrostimulation device called VitalStim. Electrodes were placed or attached to my throat to send small amounts of electrical currents to my muscles and basically wake them up. While I was hooked up to the electrodes, I was also doing some manual swallowing exercises. But after 2 months of therapy, I was still having trouble swallowing. I was well enough to go home and was able to have the tracheostomy removed, but my only source of nutrition was through the tube in my stomach. Needless to say, my dysphagia had a major impact on my mental health. My mental health got so bad that I withdrew from college. I could not stand being around my peers between classes, watching them eat and enjoying themselves while I was being fed through a feeding tube. After I started counseling for my depression, I sought out help with improving my ability to swallow. With the help of my mom, I found a local hospital that had an outpatient speech therapy program that provided the same electrostimulation therapy I had received in rehab. In 2017, 3 years and many failed modified barium swallow tests later, my swallow was strong enough that I couldn't eat soft solids, cut into small pieces. I was ecstatic. Unfortunately, in 2018, after another surgery, my swallow was taken from me for a second time. I spent 2 months in the hospital with no swallow therapy. I was again admitted to a medical rehab facility which offered VitalStim. Unfortunately, due to many complications and more surgeries while being there, my swallow did not improve. Back to the feeding tube, back to social isolation. In early 2020, I was ready to start outpatient VitalStim again, but due to the pandemic, I was unable to attend. Again, my mental health suffered, so I started virtual counseling sessions. In early 2021, I was able to go back to outpatient speech therapy. After a year and a half, I was finally able to start eating a puree diet. It was a start, but I was still determined to get back to something bite-sized diet that I was previously on. I continued the electrostimulation, and in May 2023, I was upgraded from a puree diet to a mixed and moist diet. This diet requires food to be very soft, but easy to chew, and easy to form into a bolus. It was not something bite-sized, but it made me happy because I was actually able to have a more textured consistency instead of a smooth puree. Fast forward to March 2024, my speech pathologist suggested a FEES test. This is a test where a small, flexible camera is put through my nose and into my throat to see what is happening when I swallow. Unfortunately, I was not able to upgrade to a soft and bite-sized diet, which was my goal. In August 2024, I had my last swallow test. Although I was hoping for more improvement due to some paralysis in my throat, I was told that continuing therapy would be in vain. However, I didn't lose what I had already achieved. While I was disappointed, I had to remember that all my hard work had allowed me to go from a feeding tube to eating a mid-stimulus diet. When it comes to dysphagia, treatment is crucial to quality of life, not just nutrition. And while dysphagia is a physical disorder, it absolutely affects mental health. For me, an ideal comprehensive treatment plan for dysphagia would include both physical treatments like phytosim and treatment for mental health like individual talk therapy. One specific area that should be addressed is the paralysis of the throat muscles due to medical intervention. That could make a huge difference. I am proud of what I have achieved, but I live in fear that another surgery will take my one step forward and two bites back.
My name is Vincent Pulowski. I live in Tucson, Arizona. On August 17, 2018, my life changed forever when I was told that I had a tonsil lesion. A week later, after an x ray, I was referred to an ENT surgeon. In early September, I had all my right lymph nodes stripped and an enteric feeding tube installed. A couple weeks later, my tumor was removed robotically. October 9th was my last surgery, a reconstructive one to repair the damage from removal of the tumor. When the wound healed enough, I underwent 5 weeks of radiation and chemotherapies that finished the day before Christmas. By New Year's Eve, I was underweight, dehydrated, and vomiting. After more health interventions and complications, including pleuritic pneumonia, I have been living well with dysphagia for more than 6 years. My physical condition is as good as it will get, but it's dependent on doing my swallowing exercises each and every day. If I don't, I've been warned that my swallow can and will get worse. I learned about healthy enteric nutrition during 3 months on a feeding tube while I coughed up burnt throat tissue as my tongue and throat healed. Then there were several months of speech and swallowing therapy before my wife and friends could regularly understand my speaking voice. It's a slippery slope of temptation to focus only on what was lost and how difficult living this way is now. I have major damage to my throat from the procedures and radiation therapy. Once, I nearly choked to death on a thoughtless bite of food. I sometimes regret not having followed up earlier on what I now know. For 10 years before my diagnosis, I had been a public speaker on issues in science. It was a year before I gave my first public presentation again. In full recognition of that, I am here today to speak on the significant impact dysphagia has had on my daily life. Only recently did I have my first clear lung scan. My doctors have reduced my schedule to annual exams rather than every 2, 4, or 6 months. At the last exam, I was told my swallowing ability may decrease. I suspect that's a fairly certain may, stated gently to avoid my catastrophizing. Nevertheless, I must continue my exercises and being my own advocate, continually pushing for treatment and prevention of worsening dysphagia. Yet, knowing all this, sometimes I still forget to carry out my swallowing exercises regularly for days on end. Fortunately, I do not have an extremely long routine. It consists of effortful swallowing, jaw thrusts, and opening exercises, Mendelssohn maneuvers, tongue thrusts, and my favorite, purposeful yawning. I wish there were more integrated therapies. My hope is that with de escalation of initial treatment regimens, others will not have to suffer as much damage nor need as much recovery therapeutic work to yield an optimum outcome. I hope there will be more improvements in therapies. I would gladly participate in any clinical trials on improving long-term outcomes. Medical decision making must be based on the best available science, assuring that the patient is informed not only of the options, but also of the anticipated best and worst outcomes. It's easy to find misinformation, and it's easy to give in to this in search of hope, even false hope, particularly when you're in a vulnerable state of mind. Living with dysphagia is not for the faint of heart. As a scientist, helping people find reliable information has been a part of my career for decades. It is with renewed vigor for telling the truth that I speak to you today. Thank you.
My name is Ed. I'm 73 years old, a husband, a father, a survivor of cancer, and the president of the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders. My dysphagia resulted from the severing of my left limbal nerve during a 12-hour salvage surgery in 2006. My primary swallowing deficit is that I cannot retract my tongue to move a poorly formed bolus from my mouth into my throat and to the top of my esophagus. My dysphagia has increased during the past 19 years. In late 2006, I could eat just about anything, but there was a caveat. It took 3 times longer than normal to safely eat a meal, and the bolus had to be washed down. My speech therapy team was outstanding, and as my dysphagia worsened, they taught me swallowing techniques that allowed for a safe swallow. Over the years, my food choices have become more and more limited. During the past 5 years, my worsening dysphagia resulted in a purely liquid diet that took more strength, coordination, and solitude. The liquid intake worked well until late January of 2025. On February 3rd, I was diagnosed with influenza A. This weakened me to the point where I could no longer swallow anything. I was admitted to the ER on February 4th where my dysphagia nearly led to my death. I'll explain. I was quickly moved to the ICU where my flu A had progressed to severe double pneumonia and sepsis. I was deemed too weak to undergo a feeding tube placement. An attempt at a nasal feeding tube failed, and the only option left was nutrition through an IV. About a week in, I consented to intubation and being on a ventilator. While on the ventilator, the palliative care team was held in and placed on standby. I was stable on the ventilator, and after 4 days, I was taken off of life support, where I entered a state of failure to thrive. One physician hypothesized that it was my lack of nutrition that was causing this failure. Shortly thereafter, a PEG tube was placed through my stomach. This nutrition provided by this tube allowed me to become stable and eventually to thrive. I spent 4 weeks total in the ICU and was discharged to an acute rehabilitation facility. Bottom line, my dysphagia was almost the death of me. If a treatment option existed that would increase my tongue strength, especially one where it would allow my tongue to retract properly, this would be a game changer for me. I would welcome and participate in any treatment that would address my tongue deficiency. This type of therapy would improve my nutrition along with my social and emotional well-being. My dysphagia can be very isolating. While others are bonding over a meal, I'm typically alone, literally missing out on the shared bonding experience while consuming liquid nutrition that is far from appetizing.
Wow, thank you, Ed, and to all of our afternoon panelists for being able to take us along in your treatment journeys and help us understand those experiences and begin to help answer the question of what it is we're looking for from future treatments. So now it's our second opportunity today to open up the discussion to all of you in our live audience. Those are you living with dysphagia and their caregivers and family members to share your experiences, starting first with experiences with current treatments. If you have a treatment experience you would like to share, we encourage you to call in. You can do so now or at any point in this discussion by calling 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. And you'll be able to talk to somebody behind the scenes, take down a little bit of information, and then we'll be able to bring you into the program. So please do that. And you can also scroll down on the live stream webpage or on today and see that there's a form for written comments. We encourage you also to submit comments, and we'll be sharing some of those throughout the program. And just know if we don't get to read out all of the comments, which is pretty much guaranteed at this point, we've already had so many coming in, know that they will be included in the Voice of the Patient summary report. But to get us started on this topic of current treatments and get all of you in our audience thinking about this and learn a little bit about some of your experiences, we're going to start with some polling questions. If you weren't with us this morning, this is for our patients and caregivers only. We encourage you to open up a new tab on your web browser, open a browser on your phone, go to www.edp.org, polllev.com/dysphagia, dysphagia. Again, that's pollev.com/dysphagia. You can keep this page open throughout the remainder of our discussion session this afternoon. Every time we go to a new polling question, it will automatically appear there. So here, our first question is we want to know what medications or medical treatments have you used to treat symptoms associated with dysphagia, or for our caregivers, or which treatments have your loved ones used? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, modified diet, B, adaptive equipment, like special utensils and plates, C, sleep medications, D, anxiety or depression medications, E, supplements or medications to improve GI health, F, supplements to improve growth, hydration, and or nutrition, G, surgery, H, medications to treat infections, I, investigational medicines like in clinical trials, J, some other medications not listed here, or K, if you're currently not using any medications or medical treatments. So you can select all medications and medical treatments listed here, as well as any others. As a reminder, as with this morning, whenever we have a question where our respondents can select more than one option, we're seeing a percentage of responses, not a percentage of people selecting any one response option. So we'll give you a few more moments to select this. It looks like, as it stands, by far the greatest treatment approach taken by our audience today is the modified, or some type of modified diet. That might look differently for different people, so we do still want to hear about that. We see after that supplements and medications to improve GI health, adaptive equipment, other medications that we didn't list, as well as supplements, surgery, and anxiety and depression medications being listed. No one currently reporting sleep medication or participating in a clinical trial. We move to our next polling question. So we're going to broaden the range of different management strategies and approaches beyond just medications and medical treatments. We want to know, what are you doing to help manage the symptoms of dysphagia? And you can select all that apply. The options here are A, physical therapy or occupational therapy, B, changing changing eating or drinking habits, C, speech therapy, D, communication aids or devices, E, swallowing therapy, F, chiropractic, craniosacral or massage therapy, G, feeding tube, H, acupuncture, I, some other management strategy that's not listed here, or J, if you're not currently doing anything to help manage symptoms. Again, please select all that apply. Well, final results come in here. It's looking like changing eating and drinking habits is the #1 management strategy being reported, followed by swallowing therapy, and after that, speech therapy. So we'd love to hear how those have worked for you, either in maintaining your current function, improving it, or even if you feel that it's helped slow the progression or decline. And we're seeing a wide range of different approaches here, the only thing not being reported being acupuncture, and no one is reporting that they're doing nothing to help manage their symptoms. We have one more polling question to kick us off as part of this discussion, so we'll go to that next question. So here we want to know, how well does the current treatment regimen, so everything that we listed across those last two questions, how well does that treatment regimen control your or your loved one's symptoms overall? So the options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you or your loved one is not using anything. So these are somewhat subjective categories, and so as you're making these selections, what's most important is to think about why it is you've made your selection. What have you tried? What for you would have been success? And for those of you who are reporting, somewhat, it's helped somewhat, what does that mean for you? What did that look like, and what were the gaps? Same goes, we're seeing after somewhat being kind of the top category, pretty close between very little, not at all, and to a great extent. So, a fairly wide range of here experiences with treatment strategies and how well it's helping with all of those symptoms and health effects of dysphagia that we heard about earlier today. And again, no one reporting that they're not using anything at all. All right, so thank you for participating in those initial polling questions, getting us thinking here. Again, if you'd like to call in or write in on this topic of current treatments, where I'd like to start us first is thinking about some of the things that maybe have been the most helpful, even if in small ways, in helping manage and live with the symptoms and health effects of dysphagia. And so, Jeff and Patty, maybe we can start with you on this topic, thinking about, again, that really wide range, everything that we're casting under this broad umbrella of treatments. Has there been anything that has made living life with dysphagia a little bit easier for you all?
The total laryngectomy in 2020, where they separated the esophagus from the airway, and so now he breathes from his neck. That and a total liquid diet. That's the only thing that's helped.
Yeah. So, Patty, can you tell us a little bit about your and Jeff's situation, experience with dysphagia, and then maybe that will help us start to put into context those treatments that have helped.
Okay. Well, I'm speaking for my husband Jeff because of the laryngectomy. It's kind of started in 2000. Well, it did start in 2000. He had had stage 3 squamous cell carcinoma base of tongue, and they did chemo and radiation in 2011. So 11 years later, he started having swallowing problems and aspiration pneumonia. Peanuts stuck in his esophagus, where they had to do an endoscopy to clean the peanuts out because he couldn't even swallow water.
Yeah.
2013, they did a lung resection because they found food in his lungs from aspiration pneumonia. And they put in a second feeding tube. He had a feeding tube during the initial treatment, and then in 2013, they put in another feeding tube. 2014, he did vital stem therapy and no help. 2015, they did esophageal balloon dilation, some help. In 2015, he was in a clinical trial at UC Davis with Dr. Belafsky, and they put in an SED, which closed the airway and opened the esophagus for him to swallow. That was some help. He was able to drink some liquid, and some soft stuff.
Okay.
And then in 2020, he had a total laryngectomy with a fibula flap. That resolved the aspiration pneumonia because then he couldn't get anything in his lungs.
Right.
But he can still only swallow liquids. All his food has to be blended.
Mm-hmm.
And finally, in 2022, they removed the feeding tube. So he's only able to swallow. Everything has to be blended. So that's kind of where we are. So with the total laryngectomy, he had to make the decision where he couldn't talk anymore.
Yeah. And so just with regard to the total laryngectomy, you mentioned, there were, you mentioned a number of procedures before that helped some. Nothing really, had the same impact. Was that, all because of eliminating the aspiration pneumonia incidents, or just kind of, what was the kind of important benefit to Jeff as a result of that? And can you describe what that's meant for Jeff, now avoiding those incidents or, experiencing what the benefits that he has?
Well, we kind of cut down the aspiration pneumonia with the feeding tube.
Yeah.
because then he couldn't aspirate anything. I'm sorry, I'm a little lost.
No, it's not a
The-
problem. Just, since the total laryngectomy, what would you say is the biggest benefit to Jeff?
The biggest benefit, no feeding tube.
No feeding tube.
No feeding tube. That's the biggest benefit. There's lots of downsides,
Yeah.
but that's the biggest benefit.
Thank you. Well, we'll just explore downsides in a few moments here. But first, I'd like to turn to Amy on our panel as we're continuing to explore, things that have made living life with dysphagia a little bit easier. Amy, what comes to mind for you?
Hi, I'm Amy. I live in Japan, New York, outside of New York City. My dysphagia came from I was diagnosed with oropharyngeal cancer, and I had a surgery with that, but I had 2 courses of radiation, which severely damaged my neck and the swallowing. And then after that, I also had a jaw replacement. So what I have been doing since the treatment started was I have a very nice swallowing and speech therapist, and she has me do 5 exercises, and I religiously do them 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. And so when I don't do them, I can tell that it's even more difficult to swallow. But that's been my main thing, and I primarily have liquids now. When I go out, I will try to have 1 solid meal every once in a while, but it's difficult and it takes forever to eat a very small amount, so it almost isn't even worth trying.
Right. So Amy, when you are doing the therapy exercises, and you said you notice when you don't do them, that it's a little bit more difficult to swallow. I guess how do you notice that it's more difficult? If you can kind of describe that for us.
Well, a simple thing as one of them is you swallow and then you have to cough up to make sure you're expelling out of your lungs. But if I don't do that for a little while and then try to do it again, or I have to cough because I'm actually choking on something, it's much more difficult to perform that.
Oh, wow. And over time, do you feel that this has been helping keep your swallowing stable? Do you still feel like your has your dysphagia worsened at all over time? Can you maybe tell us a little bit about that?
I think that it's kept it more stable than it would be. If I hadn't been doing it, I'm sure it would have gotten worse, because as my one doctor tells me, the radiation is the gift that keeps on giving. That even though I haven't had it in several years, it just keeps on making the muscles in my neck tighter and tighter. So I know no matter what, I have to continue this.
Yes. Well, thank you so much, Amy, for sharing. I do see we have a phone caller. We have Michael from Phoenix who wants to share one of his treatment experiences. So, Michael, I would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Well, I'd love to hear about the treatment experience you'd like to share, and any kind of details about your experience with dysphagia as a result of that treatment.
Oh gosh, I got to live through this again. July of 2023, I suffered 3 strokes all at once, and it really hit me hard. I've been a chef for roughly 40 years. I'm a certified master baker, so swallowing is very crucial to my career.
Yes.
In July of 23, I lost that function. Sorry. It still hits me very hard to talk about.
That's okay. Of course.
I went in through barium studies, MRIs, CAT scans, and I was unable to swallow saliva, food, liquids, anything. And my neurological team spoke to me about the Thyroid treatment through Vagenesis out of the UK, where it's a fine gauge catheter going down through your nasal cavity into your throat, and it provides electrical stimulation in your esophagus to get the muscles going again and to remember the muscle memory. It took 6 treatments, 10 minutes a day. After the first 10 minutes on the first day, I was swallowing again. Day 2, I was drinking liquids. On the 3rd day, I'm eating hospital food, and it was amazing. At the end of the 6th day, the 6th treatment, I felt back to normal, and I haven't missed a beat since. The process was non-invasive. Like I said, it's just a small catheter going down your throat, and it was instant gratification. No surgery, no physical therapy. I got my swallowing back. And to this day, I've had no issues, and I just got done eating a bag of popcorn earlier this morning.
Oh, well, that's wonderful to hear. Thank you for sharing that. I wonder if, as you were kind of going from day to day through that experience of being getting that treatment, you said initially, the what you could swallow, started out, very incremental. How did you first notice that you were able to swallow more? How did you go about kind of seeing what you could actually swallow and know what your limit was, on any given day over those, 6 days?
Great. On the first day, the whole treatment just stimulates your throat muscles, so it's uncontrollable. You actually get the reaction through your muscle stimulation of swallowing action. So after the first 10 minutes, the first day's treatment, I'm swallowing on my own, my saliva down, and I was ecstatic.
Yeah.
The second day, I could just feel my throat get stronger, and started softly with liquids, and the third day, solid food, and eventually, oh gosh, at the end of the after the 6th day, I treated myself to a Mexican meal. My goal through the whole treatment was to eat a burrito at the end. It sounds really stupid, but
no,
I achieved it.
That does not sound very stupid at all. As a fellow burrito lover myself, all kidding aside, that's thank you so much for kind of sharing us and walking us through that. I guess the last question to you is just kind of comparing your daily life and quality of life pre and post. It sounds very transformational for you. Are there any kind of specific examples you would give of what it's meant to have that type of improvement in your daily life?
Well, first and foremost, I was able to keep my career of 40 years. That kept an income coming in, and it gave me self-worth.
Yeah.
I realized how important swallowing is. You know, especially in my career, it's like a carpenter with a hammer.
Right.
I was given that gift back to me through this procedure,
Yeah.
and I'm forever grateful. I still live with the effects of a stroke,
Yes.
well, multiple strokes,
Mm-hmm.
and you never really improve, I find. You just learn to live with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Michael, thank you so much again for calling in and being willing to share with us some of your experience. I know, as you said when you started, sometimes it can be hard to relive some of, the trauma that and other experiences that you've gone through. So it's so helpful to hear that. We do have another phone caller that I'd like to bring into the discussion. We have Vincent from Arizona, a voice that you'll recognize from an earlier panel, but wanted to share a treatment experience as well. So Vincent, would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Good. I didn't share during my presentation about a device that I have been using to help keep my throat muscles open. I suffer from radiation stricture to a degree, not as severe as others I've heard. But when I heard about it being shared this morning, I realized that no one had mentioned this solution. It's a device normally used to strengthen expiratory muscles for breathing, called excuse me? Yeah, it's called the Aspire EMST 150.
Yes.
And my swallowing therapist gave it to me as a way to prevent later on having to have a balloon put down my throat and anesthesia and all that, by keeping my throat in tone better, in addition to the Mendelssohn thing, maneuvers and all those other exercises. When I feel my throat tightening up and swallowing getting harder,
yes,
I use this EMST 150 device to exhale hard, and because my palate is open, I have to actually hold my nose to do it. But it's been a real helpful thing. And in general, it would be great if we had a way of knowing more about these things other survivors do.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the ENT and even swallowing therapists don't always mention.
Right. No, absolutely. Yes, and for those not familiar, Elizabeth, you would just want to share what EMST 150
Yeah, so
is.
EMST 150, it's a device that stands for Expiratory Muscle Strength Trainer. And so it's a device that you can blow out into to try to increase your expiratory muscle strength is what the caller is referring to.
Yes. So Vincent, thank you so much for calling in and adding on to what you shared before and telling us a little bit about that experience with that treatment approach. I do want to, before we shift gears a little bit, just check in with our Zoom panel here. Is there anything that has been helpful, even in any small way, that maybe we haven't talked about that anyone would like to add a comment about? Yes, Sonia.
I know that everyone's, has to find their own way.
Yes.
Because every situation is different. So I share this not as a prescription for anything, just as something that's been helpful for me is
yes.
I think when you have an experience where your body isn't working the way it should, and it changes your life, and people are sharing how that socially, medically, financially, in every way.
Right.
I think that for myself, I had to come to some kind of relationship with that, and figure out what meaning my life would have if this wasn't going to get better, or until it got better, or and so I think that's a part of the mental health piece.
Yes.
That doesn't get talked about so much. And understandably, a lot of attention towards treatment and medication and coping skills, but really, some support around our relationship to our bodies and to what's happened, and at the same time retaining some form of hope. Even though maybe today it doesn't look that way.
Right.
And so I would just say that's where I spent a lot of time.
Yes.
And what my contribution now is to the foundation.
And Sonia, for you, was there a particular, approach, strategy, paradigm? What when you're talking about, navigating those issues for yourself personally, what did that look like?
Well, certainly, sort of the therapist in me says support.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the functions of our groups, is that people can talk with other people and share, hear their experiences. I think for me, it's a little bit of reinvention. It's an odd thing. It's a little bit of reinvention in the same way that you're also kind of coming home to yourself in the truest way. So you're what was isn't, and what will be, we don't know. So you're really sitting in the what is,
right?
And a lot of fear, anxiety, mystery, grief, all those things. So being able to kind of work your way through that with whatever support you can find, to come to whatever your next place is, where you can work with what you have.
Right. Yeah. Well, thank you so much for. Very helpful, and we heard so much this morning about the mental, emotional, even kind of self, how people self-identify, the impacts on that. So thank you for sharing, your experiences with navigating that. I do see that we've been getting some written comments also on things that have been helpful to the community. What are we seeing, Elizabeth?
I'd love to share some of that with you. It's nice to hear some of these success stories. So I want to read one here from Ron in Des Moines, Iowa. Ron shares that I had vocal cord cancer and ended up with a total laryngectomy. I had trouble swallowing and had several dilations in a few months. My doctor finally found help for me by injecting a steroid to stop the swelling during the dilation. I was on a feeding tube at that time. I am now able to eat slowly and with water. So finding an approach that worked for him, kind of a trial and error, it sounds like. There's another story here from Matt from Portland, Oregon. I have dysphagia from treatment for throat cancer. I treat it with acupuncture for dry mouth, which is not covered by insurance, lozenges, throat exercises, and always having fluid handy, especially when eating, essential to prevent choking on my food. And then here I have another kind of success story from Jim from Chillicothe, Ohio. I received 35 radiation treatments where I initially experienced tightening in the esophagus and needed a feeding tube for 8 weeks. Once the swelling went down, I still found that certain foods would stick. I had to focus on my chewing and being smart about what I order when going out with friends. This has not stopped me from eating out. I just need to be careful when eating and pay attention, or it will trigger coughing spells. Can't stop living life, just need to be more careful. And so his form of treatment is he's found his own way by figuring out what works best for him. So thank you for sending these comments in, and there's more, and we'll try to get to those soon.
Yes, and echoes some of what we saw in the polls too, with diet modifications and altering, food and diet as on the respective polling questions, the top kind of management strategies being employed. So we do want to broaden the discussion. Of course, if you have more things that you want to talk about that have been helpful, we want to keep hearing those. But we do have a polling question that will broaden our discussion as well. So if you can go ahead and pull your phone back out, go back to that tab in your browser, go to polev.com/dysphagia. Here we want to know about the drawbacks of your treatment approaches. So what are those biggest drawbacks? And you can pick up to 3. The options are they're not very effective at treating the target symptom or symptoms. So that's A. B, they only treat some, but not all of the symptoms. C, they have a high cost or copay or are not covered in by insurance. D, they have limited availability or accessibility. E, the side effects. F, the route of administration, which is how the product is taken. Or G, requires too much effort and or time commitment. H, the limited caregiver support or assistance. Or I, some other drawback of a current treatment approach that represents one of the top drawbacks of your current treatment armamentarium. And you can select up to the top 3 here. As you're making these selections, we want you to think about again, what treatments or management strategies are you thinking of? If they weren't effective, as we're seeing reported as a top response at treating the target symptom, what symptom were you trying to have it treat? What was your goal? How did it fall short? Or if it treats some but not all symptoms, where did it help, but where didn't it? So across the board here, we also see requiring too much time or effort or time commitment. So we definitely want to kind of understand, what treatments we're talking about here, what symptoms and health effects, they were intended to treat, and whether or not you're still continuing with these treatments despite some of these drawbacks. So thank you for answering this question. Again, if you would like to share some of your treatment experiences, we welcome you to call in. You can do so at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. Of course, you can also submit written comments that we'll share and include in that Voice of the Patient report. But to get us started in talking about this topic, I'd like to go to our Zoom panel here. And Vincent, maybe we can start with you on this, as you're thinking about a range of treatments, management strategies that maybe you've tried over time. Are there any drawbacks that stand out in your mind?
Thank you for calling on me, James. So I had a free flap mandilectomy back at the end of 2021, kind of the same as everybody else with the fibula reconstruction.
Yes.
I had the luck and the benefit of a speech therapist that I worked with from Mount Sinai Head and Neck Cancer Institute in New York. She's on the team of Dr. Mark Erkin, who did my surgery. She started teaching me swallowing exercises after the radiation.
Yes.
Some very, very important swallowing exercises because I was transitioning to solid food. Up until then, I was living on Ensure and Boost for quite a long time, and then as I went through radiation, probably like everybody else, I lost my sense of taste and the dry mouth. But coming out of that, about a month later, she was very proactive at teaching me swallowing exercises, and I had to ease into the more solid foods. These exercises have helped me. I'll be honest with you. I don't practice them like I do the aura stretch religiously. There are times that I do have an issue swallowing, and I revert back to those exercises, and they seem to help.
Yeah.
Would it be better to see maybe some kind of medication or a treatment, as Michael from THANC called in, that nasal tube that stimulates the muscles in the throat?
Right.
Again, I personally, from the other stories that I hear from the panel and from the callers, I don't have, my dysphagia is not as severe as others, of course. We're all on our own personal journey and our bodies are reacting differently. I would like to see something more. We see commercials for Ozempic and semaglutides and all these, we're bombarded with all these advertisements for medications that are, we're here, most of us, fighting for our lives just to swallow and get nutrition in our bodies. So, the exercises are helping me, but I do swallow and have issues. Again, I'd like to see more effort put in by the FDA and maybe more studies on dysphagia to help others like myself and those that are worse.
Yeah, well, that's understanding the needs of this community will help that tremendously, which is why we're here today. And so, Vince, I really appreciate you kind of talking about your swallow exercises where they do help, but also that there's limits to what that help can provide. I guess just one follow-up question along those lines is, when you're talking, like thinking about your day-to-day swallowing function, is there, when you do the exercises and it helps you feel like you're getting back to your what you are capable of doing, where is your personal limit in terms of, swallow function? Kind of what is that upper bound of what you can swallow, or, issues you experience while swallowing?
That's a great question, James. So in my situation, again, being selective with certain foods, maybe the panel agrees with me, but any kind of, things toasted. I'm an Italian American. I love my Italian bread. I have to avoid it. I compensate. So my food choices, I do select foods that I know are going to be easier to swallow.
Yes.
Unfortunately, even like chicken breast, steak, meat, turkey. Certain foods are difficult to swallow. I always make sure I have condiments or some kind of sauce or gravy. They have to be cut into little pieces. But I do select, James. I am very selective with what I eat. I mean, I don't grab a handful of peanuts. I also have an issue where I don't have any lower teeth on my lower right jaw. So I have issues chewing. I have to be very careful to chew my food to be able to swallow it. I always have a glass of water or some kind of liquid with me. And I've panicked a couple of times earlier, like 2 years ago. But then I concentrated, like Sonia said, on my mental health and just working through how I could avoid panicking. And I know that, like for me, I'll breathe through my nose. I know that I'm not going to choke, that I don't need somebody to come and give me the Heimlich maneuver, but I'm very careful at the foods that I select. I drink through a straw because I have limited saliva and I have problems swallowing liquid. So I'm very careful with the foods and how fast I drink and stuff like that.
Oh, that's very helpful. Thank you so much, Vincent. Patrice, I do want to bring you into this discussion here as we're talking about the range of kind of treatments, but also management strategies. Have there been things that maybe haven't been as helpful as you would hope or want, or have brought some other kind of downsides that you'd like to highlight for us?
Well, there have been, unfortunately. I've been at this 5 years. 5 years ago, I choked on a capsule, magnesium capsule, and apparently the magnesium sat in my throat and it burned my throat. And then if you have trauma up here downstream, sometimes you develop strictures, and that's what happened to me. They've tried all kinds of swallowing therapy. It doesn't seem to be a muscular problem. It's the strictures. I did have a lump in my throat for a long time until I started. I mean, I took budesonide steroids, tried to swallow that, and I've gone to 6 different facilities that just did endoscopies. I probably had 12 endoscopies in my time, and the only thing that helped was to go to UC Davis, to the same doctor that Jeff went to, Dr. Bolofsky, and he does a transnasal approach endoscopy with intraesophageal steroid injections and balloon dilations. And it was really tough because my esophagus was down to 1 millimeter open. And so I was having trouble swallowing anything. I lost 46 pounds and I got a feeding tube.
Wow.
And but he had me come up there to Sacramento. I'm in the San Diego area, and I flew up there every 3 weeks, and we did that religiously about 9 times. And so it worked, and it got from 1 millimeter to 16.5 millimeters, and I was able to eat normally. I still used the feeding tube. I wasn't ready to. I know that sometimes, even when you open up an esophagus, it can close gradually, and it has. But I wanted to keep the feeding tube just to be, it's no trouble. It's a Mickey button.
Yeah.
And I actually like it because I take all the food that I don't like, that I know I should have, like spinach and, weird vegetables and fruit and things I don't like. And I blend that up and I put it through the tube. I don't taste a thing.
Right.
And then I eat the things that I like. So actually, the feeding tube saved my life. In March, I had an intestinal obstruction, a small bowel obstruction.
Yes.
And my stomach started filling up with fluid, and I was able to, the first time I did it, I put the extension in the Mickey, and I drained off 4 liters of bile, I guess. And the next day, 2 more liters, and, it really saved me. And then I went and had surgery and got the adhesions cut that were causing the problem. But the endoscopies with the intraesophageal steroid injections and the balloon dilations have done as much as anything ever.
Yeah.
And boy, I tried for like 4 years, different facilities, different treatments, all kinds of medication.
Yeah.
But I have a problem with reflux now, because one of the endoscopies caused a perforation, and after that I developed reflux. And I think that's something that we should talk about with future treatments.
Yeah, well, Patrice, you might have actually already answered this question, but it's the most burning question I have for you. When you were talking about spinach and some of the foods that you'd rather not taste on the way down, but that most recent procedure that dilated you more, but you've still maintained the feeding tube. Kind of what would you describe as the thing what has that given you, or what has been the practically speaking, what is the benefit that has provided to you, given that you still have maintained the feeding tube, use that for certain nutrition, it sounds like, you know, versus where you were previously not getting much relief from the different procedures that you were undergoing.
Yeah, well, I lost 46 pounds, which is,
Yeah.
you know, I'm down to early 90s now, and it helps me gain weight, and I can use prepared solutions like Cape Farms and that kind of thing in it, and I can gain weight that way. But I don't like the chemicals that are in those things. And but I'm hesitant to have the feeding tube taken out
Yeah.
because, as I said, it saved me a couple of times. And I don't know what I would have done otherwise.
Right.
And I'm just not sure. I mean, I worked in a hospital for 50 years, and I was a transcriptionist, and I know that people have to come back and have dilations done. I know that's a thing that a lot of them had to do it every 3 months, every 6 months. At this point, I've gone 13 months without a dilation, and I feel pretty good about that. But I can tell that it is closing up again, and I have to do the same thing everybody else does, is, you know, use a lot of liquids, chew, you know, just pulverize everything and just cut everything into small pieces. But I also spent a lot of time using a portable blender, which I took to restaurants and that kind of thing. And that was really, really sweet to be able to sit at a table with people and actually participate.
That's right.
And I could only get through part of it that way, but then I took the rest of it home and put it in the big blender, and, you know, I was able to not waste food that way.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's no trouble. It really has caused me no trouble. So if it ever did, I might reconsider, but I do like having it in there just for peace of mind.
No, that makes a lot of sense. So thank you for adding all of that. I do see we have a number of comments coming in on treatment downsides. So I want to turn here to Elizabeth.
Kind of to piggyback off what Vince was saying earlier, some of the drawbacks where exercises might be available, but they're time consuming. We have some here from various people across the country. We have a comment that came in from JR from New York saying that we have gone to numerous neurosurgeons and ENT surgeons. All have said that it is a risky surgical procedure to help their dysphagia. No interventions are being done. And so it sounds like the treatment options in that case are too risky and outweigh the risks of living with their dysphagia. We have a comment here that came in from Robin that says, when I share this frightening experience, referring to choking, with my doctor, they don't understand, and they think my fear of choking on my own vomit is melodramatic. A real choking event is frightening to the person experiencing it. And then another comment here about treatment options that were not so effective. We have a comment from William from Kansas saying, I do 13 exercises twice a day to improve my swallowing, but so far it has had little effect. I restarted Vital Stim, and I took one of the courses of Vital Stim, and it did not help my swallowing. So some comments here. We appreciate you sending those in. If there's more, please feel free to add to that.
Absolutely. Thank you to everyone who's been writing in and sharing throughout today's program. So we have one more polling question and one more important question to discuss with you all as part of this afternoon session. Time is just flying by. But if you can go ahead and pull out your phones, open up that tab in your browser, go to pollev.com/dysphagia. We want to shift gears a little bit, move away from talking about your current experiences, although those will certainly inform your answers to this question. And we'd like to know, short of a complete cure for dysphagia, what would you rank today as most important for a possible new therapeutic to help improve? And you can select up to 3 of these. This may be the hardest question of the entire day, but the options here are A, speech or voice impairment, B, eating and chewing difficulties, C, swallowing difficulties, D, weight loss, E, maintaining nutrition or hydration, F, emotional or behavioral issues, G, oral motor difficulties, H, pain, or I, some other aspect of dysphagia that you would rank as one of the top 3 most important things for a possible new therapeutic to help improve. So we'll give you a chance here to think about this, make your selections, and importantly, we'll want to hear from you through calls and written comments. What did you select as being most important and why? So as it stands, we'll give you a few more moments here to get your responses in, but it's looking like, maybe not surprisingly from everything we've heard today, swallowing difficulties is the thing that people are reporting most as a top aspect of dysphagia they'd like a new therapeutic to help improve. After that, we're seeing speech or voice impairment and maintaining nutrition and hydration as other top treatment goals. We're seeing emotional and behavioral issues, oral motor difficulties, and even other things being reported as top treatment goals by our respondents today. So thank you. That is our last polling question for the day. So finally, you can close out those browsers. But thank you for participating in all of that. I'd like to do a little bit of a quick fire round here with our Zoom panel, while any of the rest of our live audience can call in and write in with their responses. But I would like to give each of you a moment to share what is, what are you looking for from a future treatment, again, short of that cure, and what would that mean for you if a treatment were to be available that could provide whatever that treatment goal is that you are most looking for. Sonia, maybe we can start with you on this question. Again, that top treatment goal, these are, like all of the questions today, very personal in terms of what individuals might be looking for, wanting help with, and what amount of help would actually mean something to them in their lives. So, Sonia, why don't you kick us off?
Oh, goodness. For myself personally,
yes,
I think that if there were something that really could help, I can accept that swallowing is impaired, and eating looks different. I'm okay with that, but the secretions, I think that socially is such a tremendous block, because people have a lot of things. Right. And some things and some things you don't. But when you have difficulty managing secretions, you have to lead with that. You can't hide that.
Yeah.
There's no workaround. So if there were something that could really, not just dry it up, but could really help you manage it again.
Right.
Which I know is connected to a bigger picture.
Yes.
But that would be a game changer.
Wow, that's a great, thank you so much for sharing that perspective, and that probably fit into that other category on that polling question, so thank you so much. We'll work our way around here. So Jeff and Patty, if you're thinking about a potential new treatment, what would be on your wish list as something you'd like to see?
Our wish list would be him to be able to speak again.
Yeah.
It's been a very hard thing for him and family and me to deal with. I have to do all of his speaking, but speech would be our wish.
Yes, absolutely.
He had a TEP, but it leaked. And so we had it taken out because he was afraid of getting aspiration pneumonia.
Right. So if that, something like that without that that limitation, that downside would have been, something that would have been helpful. No, that's so helpful to hear. And so thank you, Patty, and thank you, Jeff, for being here, and Patty for being your voice here today. It's been amazing to have you both. Amy, coming to you next again, as we're thinking of future treatments and what we are hoping for from those future treatments, what would that look like for you?
Um, I think that the only thing that I want is at some point not to have to think about it, that it's not a hindrance anymore, whether it's getting better or getting more used to it, but it's just not being an issue anymore.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense too. Patrice, coming around here, for you, thinking about what you would look for in a future treatment, what would that be?
I'm outside. Excuse the bird, please. I have two things that I'd like to see happen. One is more experimentation and progress using esophageal stents. I have a son who's a biomedical engineer, and with the strictures I have, I talked to him about the stents that they're dealing with now, and he advised me not to go that route. But I really think that there's some potential there, and I would like to see further research done, and especially if they were drug emitting stents and drug eluting stents, and it just seems like that would solve the stricture problem. And the other thing I'd like to see researched more, and not just for people with dysphagia, but for such a wide population. I mean, I really think there's a big demographic out there that could benefit from more research about esophageal reflux. It damages your esophagus and the acid and your teeth, and it absolutely needs to be addressed, I think. I have an idea about a device that might work with something like that. And my son did not hate the idea. Usually he tosses out everything I come up with, but he kind of liked that idea. And I really think that needs to be worked on more than it is. I have tried I think every drug that's on the market, prescription, over the counter, nothing does anything for me. And it's a big problem. I can handle the discomfort. I mean, if that's all there was to it, I deal with it. But the fact that it's eroding my esophagus, and I'm getting cavities in my teeth in the back where the acid is, and I do all the right things. I sit up at night. I don't eat late. I do everything, but it's still a big problem. And I know it's not just for me.
Can I say something, please?
Oh, sure, please.
Jeff had really bad problems with reflux. He'd bend over to tie his shoes, and everything would come up. But they did a Nissan fundoplication on him at UC Davis. And that really, really helped.
Did it? Because
it really helped.
I talked to my doctors about that, and they said that the instance of getting it just right, is very, very rare. That it's either it gets too tight or it gets too loose, and they didn't want to do it. But I know
his
to
I want to make sure that
he had no problem.
That's good. That's really good.
Well, thank you for sharing that, and Patrice, thank you for sharing those treatment goals. Vincent, want to make sure we get to you here as well as you're thinking about that topic of future treatments and what your top treatment goal would be. What does that look like for you?
I think that the caller, Michael, I guess the British company that had the tube that went, transnasal and delivered some kind of electric stimulation. I mean, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a researcher, but anything that could help, if whether it be a drug or some kind of electric stimulation. This is an important topic, and I just want to add real quick that I was flipping through the channels on the cable TV, and I came upon the Japanese channel. They were doing a documentary in Japan on elderly and dysphagia. Like, it just, when I first got the invitation, this is a global issue. It's a global disease, whatever. So I'd like to see, again, something that's easy to implement, whether it be a drug or just electric stimulation or just something, because sometimes it's involuntary. The muscles want to do what they want to do, whether you want to direct them or not. So that's my thought on it, James.
Thank you so much. And really thank you to our entire Zoom panel. You've contributed so much this afternoon in the discussion. And so I just want to personally thank all of you for that, as we now want to make sure we also give voice to the many of you who have been writing in with comments as well. So appreciate it. Elizabeth, what are we seeing there?
Yeah, again, a lot of comments that are coming in, and I think over the last 10 years working with this patient population, what I've noticed most is that out of necessity, innovation comes, and so I've seen a lot of creative approaches and ideas provided by patients and their caregivers, and so I want to read some of these comments that kind of reflect some of that here. So I'm going to get started. I want to read a comment that has come in from Carrie in Lincoln, Nebraska, saying, a mouth device that I could bite that would emit moisture would be great. With 1 in 4 people having dry mouth worldwide, researchers need to come up with better products for all of us to use. Please hurry. Another one here, taking a look at a non-surgical approach, it looks like JR from New York comments that I would look for a non-surgical approach to address my dysphagia, possibly a way to dissolve the osteophytes. And another idea suggested here from Jean from Mequon, Wisconsin. I'd like to see some sort of screening for aspiration and dysphagia included as part of a Medicare annual physical exam. If more people were aware that dysphagia could lead to having to eat pureed food at every meal, I'm sure they'd be more proactive in getting therapy to correct it before it leads to pneumonia. I'm going to scroll down here and take a look too at some more innovative approaches here. Teresa from Virginia is commenting, I'm very interested in the tongue regeneration studies with stem cells using thigh tissue. I did not enroll in the current recent offer to be in a study because I could not face going through the pain it would have caused. Tongue regrowth and strengthening would be like a miracle to me. So I'll pause there, but please know that there are more comments that we have received, and we'll include those in the Voice of the Patient report that will be published later after this meeting. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over here to James.
Yes. So that concludes our portion of the agenda where we're hearing from all of you. It's been an incredible day, starting with this morning and really learning, and honestly, you all pulled back the curtain to help us understand what it really looks like, feels like to live with dysphagia. It was incredible for me as your moderator to have you share such personal stories, with a disease, a condition that so many of you described as being something that's invisible to so many, and that you choose not to share with so many, for so many different reasons, but yet something that is affecting something so essential to life, and the word sticks in my mind, that it's an existential threat to you and your well-being and your survival, and so we couldn't have understood that at all if it wasn't for you all showing up today and being willing to share that, and then in this afternoon, helping us learn so much about the relentless accommodations that you're making, to try to manage living with this condition. It's not something that, I think so much of what we take for granted, and so much of what you're doing just to have a glimpse of normalcy, and bringing blenders with you to restaurants, as maybe one very just simple example that sticks in my mind. Again, from just the bottom of my heart, I really want to thank you for doing that. We're, these meetings are different in that we're, asking you to, share what is difficult, and yet we did still hear so much about the, perseverance of this community. And so, truly, again, thank you so much as your moderator for being willing to let me into your lives and share this with the world, so that way hopefully we can help address this with new treatments. So at this point, it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker to provide summary results. Giving a summary of a meeting like today is an impossible task, but we have Larry Bauer, who there's nobody better to do this. Larry is a nurse by background. After practicing at the Cleveland Clinic, he went to the NIH, where he worked in clinical research for 17 years, after which he made the transition to FDA, where he worked as a regulatory scientist and helped co-found the Rare Diseases Program within the Center for Drugs, and worked for 10 years helping advance new therapy development, and importantly was a champion for patient-focused drug development while he was there. And Larry, since leaving FDA and being my partner in helping with patient-focused drug development meetings, has just been a true champion for the patient voice. And apologize if I'm getting a little emotional introducing Larry. He's also retiring at the end of this week, and so feel very lucky to have him with us as part of planning this meeting and today to give these summary remarks. So Larry, without further ado, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you so much, James and Elizabeth. It's been a great day. The stories that we've heard have been incredible. And like James said, I'm going to try to summarize. I'll do my best to try to hit some of the key points that we heard today. So our meeting today was opened by Elizabeth Lipton Daly, who's the Executive Director of the National Foundation of Swallowing Disorders and was the co-moderator. Her introduction was followed by a presentation from Dr. Laura Finkelstein, who's from the Division of Gastroenterology at the FDA. She shared that these meetings really help the FDA review staff learn about the burden of living with dysphagia and helps them identify areas of unmet need and might be able to inform the future development of new treatments for dysphagia. So this meeting is very important. Next, we heard from Dr. Apurva Ramaswamy from the Ohio State University Wexner Medical Center, who's an expert in this area. She shared that there's over 9.5 million adults and more than 500,000 children that have dysphagia in the United States, with higher rates in the elderly, hospitalized, and in cancer patients. When you do the math, that's almost 1 in 36 Americans that are affected by dysphagia, which is just kind of mind-boggling. Some of the symptoms include difficulty with oral intake, feeling that you can't swallow or the food's getting hung up in the throat. There are many different causes, as we heard from the people that contributed today. There's neurological reasons, structural, iatrogenic, functional, sometimes related to reflux, dementia, or cancer. And some of the symptoms can include weight loss, aspiration, pneumonia, choking, chest pain, and drooling. And there are many consequences to this condition, including social isolation, emotional issues, and family impacts. So then we heard from a panel of 6 people that talked about the symptoms and the impacts of dysphagia on their lives. First, we heard from Teresa. She developed dysphagia after treatment for stage 4 oral cancer. Her 3 main losses she identified are impaired communication, impacts on food choices, and impacts on her ability to be spontaneous. She said sometimes she eats before going out to a restaurant just to avoid the issues that are related to eating. We also heard from Charlie, who developed dysphagia after treatment for tonsil cancer. He completely lost the ability to swallow and eats through a feeding tube. He shared the challenges of isolation, self-doubt, and guilt, and said he has daily challenges living with dysphagia, which we heard from many people. We heard from Brian, who's 70 years old and used to actually treat people with dysphagia. He developed dysphagia after a head and neck cancer treatment. He said there are never any days when he does not have to think about swallowing and choking, and described going out to eat as like a battlefield. And he worries about his future and where, this is headed. And then we heard from Lisa, whose dad was diagnosed with stage 4 tongue cancer with radiation and chemo treatment. His dysphagia kind of had a downward spiral and worsened over time. He described feeling like his secretions were waterboarding him and he needed frequent suctioning. And his dysphagia had huge impacts on his entire family, where meal time and social time was so incredibly important. Elfie we heard from next. She was treated for tongue cancer with 30 radiation treatments. Her entire mouth and tongue were burned with pain and dysphagia, and she eventually started off with liquids, but it could take hours for her to drink. She's hypervigilant and anxious when eating, and her food choices are limited, which many people shared. And finally, we heard from Sonia, who had mouth cancer and required a total laryngectomy and tongue removal. Dysphagia, she said, is a full-time job for her. She can only consume liquids forever and needs to use an AI device to speak. She's vegan, so that adds another layer, and she's very intentional about eating. She often makes blended shakes from scratch and works hard to keep her calorie intake sufficient. So in the morning session, overall, we heard that people with dysphagia have numerous effects and life impacts. Communication and eating are huge issues, and the effects are on the individual and the caregivers, and they are profound. We took a break, and then in the afternoon, we shifted gears talking about treatments. We got an overview first from Dr. Shumon Dar from the UT Southwestern Medical Center. He shared that treatments focus on improving quality of life, decreasing malnutrition and aspiration, and preventing early mortality. The treatments are variable and can include dietary changes, acid suppression, dilation, botulinum toxin injections, surgical reconstruction, speech and swallowing therapy, swallowed steroids, and NG or gastrostomy tubes. He also emphasized that there's a severe lack in novel and durable treatment options for people living with dysphagia. We then had a panel of 5 people that shared their stories. Eva has dysphagia and has profound impacts. She's changed her diet and has needed IV therapy to help with hydration and caloric intake. Her treatments were short-lived and lost efficacy over time. Proton pump inhibitor helped with reflux and she's made some dietary changes. Speech therapy has helped her voice and swallowing. Next, we heard from Kevin. Kevin had a brain stem stroke, which resulted in the inability to swallow. He had a 7-hour surgery to help and started rigorous swallowing therapy. He's used specialized devices which help him regain his voice and swallowing, and he wishes there was more he could do. And Kevin's have been a very willing person who's willing to participate in research. Next, we heard from Danny, who's 34 and developed dysphagia as a side effect from a spinal surgery. He thickened liquids to help with swallowing. He needed a feeding tube and used a device to help with throat muscles. And he's made overall improvement and says treatment is crucial to quality of life, including mental health support. We heard from Vincent, who had a tonsil lesion and 5 weeks of radiation and chemotherapy. He does swallowing exercises every day and feels it when he doesn't do them. He wishes there was a better treatment and integrated therapies for dysphagia. And he said he too would gladly participate in a clinical research trial. And finally, from this panel, we heard from Ed, who's 73 and developed dysphagia after cancer surgery in 2006. And his dysphagia has increased over time. He uses swallowing techniques. Food choices have become more limited over time. And recently this year, he needed hospitalization for pneumonia and needed intubation and a ventilator. He was really having a lot of challenges, physical challenges, and he needed nutrition via a PEG tube, which helped him to stabilize when they got his weight and got more nutrition into his system. And Ed said he would like to see a treatment that would help increase tongue strength. So overall in the afternoon, we heard that dysphagia treatments typically need daily vigilance, and there continues to be a great unmet medical need for new treatments for people living with dysphagia. And people are generally open to trying new therapies or new research protocols, and many would like to see new treatments that would either preserve the function they already have or improve swallowing and improve their quality of life. So on that note, I'd like to say thank you so much. And now to close the meeting, back to Elizabeth in the studio.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an incredible day and perhaps one of the most meaningful of my career as a speech pathologist. Today has helped us all better understand dysphagia, its impact on our patients and their loved ones, and the need for better treatments for this debilitating disorder. Thank you to the FDA staff who tuned in today, and thank you to Lena Merzaug from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who graciously guided us through this process over the many months of planning. Thanks also to Larry Bauer, Sarah Wicks, and James Valentine from Hyman, Phelps, and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been invaluable. Larry will soon be retiring, and I'd like to wish him the very best and thank him not only for the impact he has made on our community, but for dozens of patient communities throughout his career. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for the production planning and all of the behind-the-scenes work they have done today. A big thanks as well to Erica Rauscher and Jesse Fisher from the THANC Foundation, as well as to the many volunteers who have spent hours planning for today's meeting. We could not have done this without all of your support. And finally, a huge thanks goes to you, our dysphagia community, people impacted by swallowing disorders and their loved ones. This is Dysphagia Awareness Month, and I can't think of a better way to raise awareness than to bravely share your lived experiences of what it's like to survive with a swallowing disorder. Some things are hard to swallow, and this meeting would not have been as impactful without each and every one of you. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all of this information from today, including the polling data and comments, into the Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on the Foundation and THANC Foundation websites. The form to submit comments and for the report is open for another 30 days, so please consider submitting additional comments. Today's program will be available on demand immediately following this meeting at the same link that you are on right now. And lastly, it has been my honor to support this meeting today, which will have a lasting impact on the future of dysphagia research and medical product development. So once again, to the entire community, thank you for making your voices heard today.